Have you spoken to anybody about your report?
No,
Nobody from the Canton Police?
no.
You recall that I had asked you about the fact that one name had not been completely spelled out in terms of first name, right?
Yes,
And you had, I believe, indicated that Sergeant Blank was the one that altered that or added that to the report.
not altered. So he was the one that got those names. So when he entered his report, I believe he would enter those.
Okay, and so he entered that into your report, correct?
Anybody writes a supplemental, if you have the authorization, can enter who you speak to add those names. I only spoke to Miss Roberts, Miss Reed, and Miss McCabe that morning.
Okay, but the report has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
Did you speak to anybody from the prosecution, either Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin or anybody else from that office about this issue?
No.
You would agree with me that it is important when you're writing a police report to be transparent, correct?
Yes.
You want to be clear, correct?
Yes.
You do not want to mislead the reader into believing something that is not true, correct?
Yes.
Could I see P and Q for identification, please? Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you first P for identification. You identified that yesterday, correct?
Yes.
We went over with the jury the 5 bits of information that are up at the top of the report, starting with the incident number, correct?
Yes.
You had indicated again, incident 22-87-OF,
Yes.
call 22-449,
Yes.
date and time reported January 29th, 22 at 6:08.
Yes.
And the report date and time was January 29th of 22 at 8:24 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to show you now what has been marked Q for identification. And you can hang on to P if you like. With regard to those bits of information, oh, first of all, let me have you identify Q for identification. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm reading Q.
Okay, what is Q for identification?
Exhibit Q.
Right. What is the actual document?
We call this a face sheet.
Okay. And with regard to P for identification, that's also a face sheet, correct?
Yes.
They appear to be nearly identical, correct?
Correct, except I'm looking at the top right corner. One says 1/30/2022, and the next would be 10/25/2022.
That is the print date of the report, correct?
Okay. I don't know.
So regardless of when those 2 face sheets had been printed, ignore that. With regard to the information about the incident number and the date of the report and the date of the incident and the reporting officer, those appear to be identical, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to P for identification, which is the first report that you were shown, and you were shown that yesterday, and now you have it in front of you, there is a photo on the right side of that report, is there not?
There is.
Do you know what that photo is of?
It looks like the scene probably a couple days later when the snow had melted.
Okay. Does it look like a berm that was actually
Exposed?
uncovered by the officers on scene the very first day?
Yes. Are we looking at Q?
No, at
At
P.
P? Yes. P? Yes. It looks like the berm. Correct.
And then with regard to Q for identification, which again is the face sheet with the identical information, is there a different photo?
Yes.
What does that photo appear to depict, if you know?
It looks like the same area that Mr. O'Keefe possibly was found, I believe.
All right. Those two documents, P for identification and Q for identification, those are actually your report, correct?
Correct. But can I explain?
Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, let you explain. At this point, I'm going to be asking the questions if you
Okay.
don't mind. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence as full exhibits both P and Q for identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay,
Could I see those, please?
Mr. Lally? I'm sorry, there's one of.
Questions you can ask while you wait for this.
I'm just getting the exhibit that I need, Your Honor. I appreciate it. All right, while I'm waiting for that, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I've placed a photo before you, Sergeant Hood. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes,
What does it depict?
I believe that's a photo of a piece of a taillight.
Okay. And when you say a photo of a piece of a taillight, you're obviously referring to a piece of a taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview in Canton.
Yes,
Now, that photo is the photo that is included in Exhibit Q for identification that you previously saw, right? That's the second photo, is it not?
on the second face sheet that he gave me?
Yes.
Yes,
All right. And I'm showing you, if I may approach again,
Yes.
what has already been marked Exhibit 20A. Do you recognize that?
yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the berm from that morning.
Okay, and Exhibit 20A is the photo that was in the first version of your report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes,
I can take those back from you, sir.
cool.
Just do it like that. Right? Where's the envelope? Right here. Can you set that up? Published the I'm sorry. With regard to the first photo that you identified, which was the piece of taillight that allegedly was found at 34 Fairview, that was a fair and accurate representation of that photo, correct?
Yes,
All right. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
22. Okay, and I'm sorry, the exhibit number was
42.
42, thank you. May I publish 20A and 42 separately for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay. 20A is, you've testified, the photo of the berm that was included in the first version of your police report, which was P for identification, correct?
yes.
All right. Let's put up 42, please. No. I'm sorry. Where is 42?
Right
I
here.
don't have it.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
No wonder. Thank you, Mr. McDonough. Sure. Okay. The exhibit sticker's upside down, but there we go. That is the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview that you have identified as exhibit 42, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, having seen those photos, one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes.
Which you've previously identified as your reports. Or report, I should say.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay, and there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It will come in, when the jury actually gets it, we'll have it on the same 9x12 paper that everything else is.
Perfect.
And all exhibits go through Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, of course.
Becomes 43.
So, jurors, I'm going to send you out for 5 minutes, okay?
Close your notebooks, leave them on the seats. Gather all your other belongings and follow me. All rise, jury out. I just was gathering.
May I see those, Madam Court Reporter, please? All right.
May be seated.
So I thought you were going to cut them. Apparently, you probably don't have scissors. Let's get these so that they're acceptable to go to the jury. I mean, this just came in with the whole report on it.
I'm sorry?
This just came into evidence with the whole report, and that's not what you agreed to at sidebar.
Right. I mean, I guess we didn't have scissors, but what I was going to do, because it's folded, all I was going to show the jury was the part that got in.
But these are now in evidence.
Understand?
Okay, and that can't happen. So
Understand.
fix them. Do we have scissors, Mr. Clerk? Thank you.
Okay.
So why don't you fix them, run them through a copy machine? All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. And actually, this is probably a good time for me to say, you know, and it's not just the defense, it's not just the prosecution, but we're taking an awful lot of these jurors' times. We're taking days and weeks. Let's not squander it by, you know, repetitive evidence or taking time like this that we shouldn't need to take. Okay, let's move this case along. All right. All right. I'll be out in 5 minutes.
All rise, please.
Morning.
Hey, Heels, good morning. Sorry, I ran to go get my phone charger.
Yeah,
How are
Yeah.
you, Lovey?
I'm good. Huh?
Can you hear me? How are
Yeah,
you?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can
Hello?
hear you. Hey,
Oh.
hey, Kathy. Hi, Ann.
Everybody.
They coming in. Heels, it's only 36 degrees here this morning.
Wow. Is that good?
It's freezing.
Oh, yeah.
It's freezing. It's 36 degrees. We had rain and cold yesterday.
Ah,
Ugh.
I'm
Anyway.
still waking up.
You're still waking up.
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
Hey, Ange, how are you?
Yeah, it takes me a minute.
So are they?
I don't know. They were there for what, 5 minutes?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden this came up, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what it is.
Well, I had turned my back. I had it on my computer. I turned my back to start making coffee, and when I turned back around, it was silent, and this was on the screen.
Yeah.
So I
I don't
thought, ooh, wonder what happened. So then I decided I would click the link and come up here and hang out with you, so it wasn't just silent while we killed time to figure out what the court's doing.
Don't know. I didn't even put my thumbnail up. I mean, I got out of bed, turned it on. They're cutting up paper
Good
dolls.
job, Heels. You were more committed than I was.
Oh,
Yesterday morning, while
Yeah,
y'all were
what is
watching
that?
this, I went and got waffles. Huh? Go ahead. Sorry.
You went and got what?
I went and got waffles. I had heard that these luge waffles were like all the rave down at the bakery, and I'd heard like many people talking about these waffles. So I like go down and I go to get myself waffles, and the lady in the bakery hands me a baby. I'm like, "Oh, you got a baby in a bakery." And he's like 4 months old, and she hands me a baby, and I stood there for an hour and a half holding a baby.
Oh,
Oh my God, he was the happiest little boy ever, Heels. Oh my God, he was so cute. He just giggled and smiled and laughed.
oh, what a way to start your day.
That's what I thought. It was pretty good yesterday. Anyway.
Sweet, sweet.
The waffles were gross. Oh, look, here we're back.
Waffles sound good. Okay, here we go.
We're back in session, you may be seated. Your Honor, can I have P and Q marked as the next exhibits in the trial?
Okay. Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these one above the other.
Okay.
Okay. Sergeant Good, you have previously testified about details in these reports, you would agree that each of these reflects your report. It says reporting officer Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes,
Each of these is page 1 of your report, correct?
yes,
You've previously testified that you call that the face sheet of the report, correct?
yes,
Each of these has the identical incident number and call number, correct?
yes,
The identical date and time reported, correct?
yes,
The identical report date and time, correct?
yes,
And of course, the identical officer.
yes,
Other than the print date of the face sheet of your report, one appears to be in January, one appears to be in October. The major change is the photo that's included on the face sheet, correct?
yes. Can I explain why?
So that second photo with the piece of tail light that is included on the first page of your report, that photo is not from January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never took a photo of a piece of taillight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never saw a piece of taillight at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Did you personally switch the photo on the face sheet of your police report?
No.
Do you know who did?
So whoever updated the report, their supplemental, you add photos.
But in answer to my question, do you know the specific person from your department who altered the photo on the face sheet of your report?
I didn't take the supplemental report, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who took the photo.
But given that this is your report, you're the reporting officer, you are responsible for the content of that report, are you not?
For my report, yes, not other officers' supplementals to an investigation.
All right, but this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that someone reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m., that's when you wrote it, correct?
That's when I logged in, yes.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of taillight might believe that that photo is from the same date that you're writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that day, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there anything on what is now marked Exhibit 44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No.
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
No.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, please take the exhibit down. And we need that exhibit, Mr. Yannetti.
Oh, yes, of course. We have two others as well,
Okay, the exhibits are to remain up here with the clerk.
with the clerk.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
So Sergeant Good, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regards to Christopher Albert and whether or not he was a town selectman, is that correct?
Yes,
And he is currently, is that correct?
yes,
And was he on January 29th of 2022?
no,
So he was elected to the Board of Selectmen subsequent to this date that you've been talking about, January 29th, 2022, correct?
yes.
Now, the location where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 a.m., where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had to guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
Now, you were asked some questions about having been to that residence at 34 Fairview Road prior. And you indicated that you had been there years ago with Sergeant Lang, is that correct?
Yes,
And what was that in regard to, sir?
it was a hit and run investigation.
And who, if anyone, so why were you at that residence at 34 Fairview Road?
So there was a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street. And the suspect vehicle had fled the scene. Officer Lank, was my partner that night. He followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview. And the oil spill actually drove into 34 Fairview, where we found the vehicle.
And who, if anyone, did you, through your investigation, who, if anyone, did you associate with operating that?
That'd be Tim Albert.
And was Mr. Timothy Albert, was he charged in reference to that incident?
Yes, he was.
And do you know approximately when that was?
It was in 2009. I don't know the exact date, but I know the year.
Now, as far as your report, you asked a number of questions about that. I'm sorry, before I get to that, you had testified earlier that when you were leaving the scene, there was an amount of snow that had compiled on your windshield, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving the scene, what if anything happened with the snowfall sort of throughout the course of the day?
Our windshield was completely covered. We had to take time, clear off our windshields. It had snowed considerably.
And then following that, throughout sort of the course of the rest of the day in the afternoon, what, if anything, did you observe about the snowfall at that?
It continually got worse.
Now, as far as your report is concerned, what you were shown and what you've seen, has there been any change as far as your narrative in reference to who you talked to, what they said, anything of that effect?
No.
You've been asked a bunch of questions about what you called a face sheet. Can you explain to the jury sort of what a face sheet is and sort of how that comes into being?
Easiest way, it's the top sheet of the report. It's not the actual meat of the report. It just gives you the date and time. Usually, if you can fit it on the front of the sheet, it would be the first party would be involved. If there was a suspect, defendant, and that's it. It would be their name, date of birth, social security number, all of their personal information.
So as far as you were saying, sort of the meat of the report, it has no real relation to that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were handed two exhibits or two parts of a report, and you were told to ignore the date that they were printed, correct?
Correct.
And so what, if any, significance would the date that they were printed have in relation to what's on a face sheet?
So in this case, there was supplemental reports done after the 29th. So those reports were added to my initial report. You can add a supplemental narrative. So if that includes meeting new people, talking to other people, or taking photos of anything you found, you would add that to our report and it would be documented in the supplemental.
And you had offered, I believe, a couple times to explain to the jury sort of why a photo might be different from one face sheet when it's printed versus a subsequent date when the face sheet is printed. Can you explain to the jury at this time sort of why would that be?
So when that face sheet was printed, if photo number one was the top photo, and now there was a new photo added, that could be now the top photo on that face sheet when it was printed.
And how would that be something that someone would physically go in and do, or is that something that sort of within the system automatically occurs? If you know.
I don't know how the system numbers the photos. So we added our photos on January 29th, and then any photos subsequent to that were added. I don't know how the software would put them 1 through 20 or how many there were.
Nothing further on.
Okay,
If I might,
very briefly.
You had just talked about how Tim Albert was charged as a result of the investigation that you did years ago, correct?
Yes,
The evidence in that case, you would agree with me, was strong against Tim Albert for that crime, was it not?
for leaving the scene, yes.
Sure. Sergeant Link actually was able to follow the trail of fluid from the accident scene right to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And Tim Albert admitted that he got nervous and left the scene, correct?
correct.
All right. Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Nothing further.
Jurors, you're to disregard that. All right, you're all set, sir.
Thank you, Ron.
Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Sergeant Michael Lang to the stand.
All right, so not yet. I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
All rise. Oh, I thought she was holding a giraffe. I thought that was a giraffe, like a stuffed animal giraffe that she was holding. It's a print on her shirt. Now I feel much better.
No, it's important to the defendant's case. So tell me exactly, based on the voir dire yesterday, exactly what you hope to get into.
thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the voir dire yesterday, my intention is to closely mirror my questioning of Sergeant Lank with my questioning of him on voir dire. In other words, the fact of the fight, the fact of Chris Albert's involvement in the fight, the fact of his getting involved in the fight. We called officers to assist him. The specifics of the allegations of the Lopalito brothers as to his conduct, what they alleged he did, the part that he took in the fight, their subsequent release from the scene, going back into the Canton Police Department to file or lodge a complaint, the fact that they were turned away for the complaint, there were subsequent police reports filed, and the local.
So I don't have those, right? You didn't send them to us.
We got those. We got those
All
last
right,
night.
it's, okay, it's too late for the police reports, but go ahead and finish what you've got.
Right. Just so the court knows, as the court requested, we provided those to the judicial assistant last night.
Who's the judicial assistant?
Yeah. Like Mr.
Is this Lololitos?
Lopalito. Yeah.
Go ahead after the police report.
So basically, Your Honor, and I don't have any interest in introducing the police reports. I just need the timing. In other words, there was the fight, the complaint, the police reports were filed after the complaint, and then they were charged after the police reports. And then the subsequent resolution of the matter. The fact that
So what do you mean by subsequent revolution of the?
they were adjudicated not guilty, and ultimately the subsequent witness intimidation request by Sergeant Lank was thrown out by the DA. With regard to what was brought up by Mr. Lally yesterday, I intend to include and elicit in my questioning of Sergeant Lank the issue concerning Tim Albert and the resolution of that issue.
Well, Mr. Yannetti just did that.
Well, he didn't because the court struck it.
Yeah. It should not have been done.
Well, Your Honor,
Go ahead.
respectfully, the Commonwealth left the jurors with a misimpression intentionally.
So
Last question was, and he was charged. That's true. He was charged. And then those charges were dismissed subsequent thereto.
right, but this was specific. We should have, and it wasn't objected to, right? So Mr. Lally's question wasn't objected to. All right, so is that the end of what you intend to get into?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lally, you're objecting to all of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to be heard specifically on anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So what I'm going to allow you to get in is the relationship of Sergeant Lank with the Alberts. But keep in mind, Mr. Jackson, the Alberts are not all one entity. So you must do it individually. And simply because the witness had a relationship with Chris Albert doesn't mean that it has any bearing on favoritism or bias to Brian Albert or to Tim Albert. So you have to do them individually. I'll give you some leeway on the incident itself, but keep in mind the particulars of the fight isn't really what matters here. It's the fact of the fight and the intervening of Sergeant Lank on behalf of Chris Albert, as it's relevant to bias or favoritism. So if there are objections that you get beyond, you may be stopped. You can get when and where it happened, that it happened outside a bar where the witness had been drinking. He did not acknowledge your drinking buddy's comment, so you're not to specifically say that, where you just said you're going to outline what you did yesterday, and that this occurred in Canton. The role, if any, he had in handcuffing or having the Lopalitos put in custody, and the fact that Mark Lopalito went to the Canton Police Department to file a report. What you cannot get into is the mobile gas station incident, because I didn't hear anything yesterday that the conduct of Sergeant Lank had anything to do with the Alberts. I'm not convinced that it wasn't merely self-interest on his part. So that's out. That was 22 years ago. Nothing, so you're not getting into the federal investigation that he was sued. I'm not letting you get into the not guilty because it's speculative. Who knows why he was found not guilty, why they were found not guilty. You cannot get into that. There are all kinds of reasons people can be found not guilty. Whether I allow more depends on the testimony, the direct and the cross. So you are to go no further than that without leave of court. So the Commonwealth can then get into the animosity between the witness, Sergeant Lank, and Brian Albert because of the arrest of Tim Albert. But if Mr. Lally, if you open the door to something further, I need to be seen at sidebar before anybody can come get into that. So, Mr. Jackson, you did this in 10 minutes yesterday. I don't expect you to take 2 hours to do this. Okay. And just as an aside, again, let's not waste the jury's time with repetitive testimony.
I don't intend to, Your Honor. I think I understand the court's, the parameters. The one thing I didn't hear the court say, but I think it was implied, but I want to make sure I'm clear. I can get into the fact that there was a complaint sought and then there were subsequent police reports filed.
Not the police. I didn't hear anything yesterday about the police reports. I haven't seen them. So that the complaint was sought and that subsequent to that, they were summoned and had to go to court.
And the dates of the police reports that were filed?
You can say the dates without saying the police reports. So they went into the station to file a complaint. They were told they couldn't file a complaint on those 2 days, right?
Correct.
And then the witness did testify that he filed a report, but it was that he had told his sergeant the night before of this incident, and the sergeant said, you don't have to file a report until you come back or something like that.
So I'll just ask, were the reports dated after the initial complaint was requested? I can
Okay.
leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll give you all a 5-minute break and then we have to get going.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay, trauma punks. I don't know what I did. I accidentally yeeted your messages. Hey, runs with scissors. If you're on your phone and no, I don't think I timed you out, but you can barely touch it because the menu covers the whole screen on the phone. And so I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
Did you just say you yeeted yourself?
No, I yeeted trauma punks.
Oh.
Didn't mean to. So another break. Wow.
Yeah. And what do you think about this ruling with them? All right. So you brought this up yesterday. It wasn't objected upon. And so now we're going to go back today and we're going to revisit it.
What is the rule?
It was something about the police reports, maybe from the past fight, where they had, like the past thing where I think it was like the beer can incident, maybe. And I think that's what they're getting ready to talk about. But I just thought it was, I thought it was kind of, she was very, I liked the way she was like, okay, you can't talk about this, you can't talk about that, but you can talk about this and you can talk about this. I liked that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I just don't. It's 22 years ago or something like that. And the thing is, if this were to frame Karen Read, they could have done it a much easier way. Like when the cops did go in the house, they could say, oh yeah, we searched, we didn't find anything. Instead of.
So, I was thinking about that. I was totally thinking about that because everybody keeps saying that this is a whole big conspiracy to frame Karen Read, right? That's what
Right.
that's what her defense is, right? So I was thinking about it, and I thought, if they were going to do that, don't you think the cover up would never have gotten them into court?
Yeah.
It would have been so open and shut. If this were a true cover up, and them framing this woman for what she did, if she were a patsy, so to speak, this
Yeah.
would have been open and shut. Everything would have been by the book. Nobody would have been able to question anything, and everybody would have all the same story, right?
Yeah. But saying that they're all lying, well, why would the first people that got there lie and like immediately? It doesn't make sense. So
Does anybody think that this could just be sloppy cop work? Like, C's and D's get degrees too. You can barely
no, I
skate
think
through,
it was.
skate through the law enforcement academy, and you can still become an officer.
Yeah, I think it was. I think they probably haven't had a lot of murders, and they probably haven't had a lot of murders in a blizzard. So
That's a good point, Heels. Boy, that's
Yeah.
a great point right there.
when he said, they asked him, well, you didn't have any kind of plastic containers, or did you have any at the, what do they call, at the station? And he goes, yeah, we did, but, and it's 5 minutes away. But his point to put it in the Solo cups was, it's snowing and everything's getting covered up. So we had to work as fast as we could not to lose anything, and even the snowblower. I thought that was a good idea,
I thought it was a great idea. I mean, that's a good way to, because anything that's wet will congeal together as it gets colder, right? And so anything that's not wet, that's because when snow falls, it's in a solid form. And then as it hits, you can easily blow that top layer off. I thought it was genius from watching it, but
Yeah.
And
they weren't gonna, and he keeps, Yannetti keeps saying, you were conflicted off, and they were conflicted off. Well, they weren't. It goes to the Massachusetts state troopers when it's a homicide. That's questionable. So, but I just don't like the open, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 hours of the crime scene, Someone should have sat out there with it.
it was just left open. I mean, somebody could have been in their car easily sitting there.
That's what I'm saying. I know it's cold, but you can just sit there and make sure, But there's a lot that's I know yesterday everybody was hooting and hollering and, oh, we won yesterday, and it was blah, blah,
Oh,
blah.
B. Tim says it was confirmed they flipped him over.
Okay. When did they confirm it? So he was face down. That makes so much more sense. But they're saying they moved him. And unless they mean because they flipped him over, that constitutes moving him.
Yes, that is what's considered moving somebody. Even if you turned them over, you have moved them from the initial position you found them in.
I wonder if they moved him. The natural thing would be to move them right.
Here's the ironic thing, though. There's no vacant spot in this there was no vacant spot devoid of snow, even though they rolled him over onto his back. There's no vacant spot.
There was.
Oh, was there?
Uh-huh. He has the short Boundless Millennium. Let's see if we can get it real quick. Is it on YouTube or on TikTok? Let me see. I just love Boundless Millennium.
He says it's on YouTube, Heels.
Okay. Now let's spell millennium. Is it millennia or millennium?
He says Millenium.
Oh, okay. I put 2 in.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. Do 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 do.
Okay, here we go. Was it the last one, Tim? They had firefighters protect a day ago. That's probably it. Oh yeah, they put this in. Hold on. So somebody will have to watch to see if the other comes back on. There we go. Okay.
Karen Reed case, and a lot of this wasn't on my bingo card to begin with.
Gonna drive around in the 2 square miles that we spent the preceding
There
night.
was snow on the ground. It was snowing, high winds, low visibility.
The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. Oakes.
How soon was it when you pulled in there that you saw John's body?
Immediately.
But even after they got out of the vehicle, until the defendant gets out of the back seat, he makes a beeline essentially right over to where Mr. Oakes' car was.
Sometimes
That's
I
the video. Check the shorts.
be about like 5 feet away.
There you go.
Yeah, here it is.
So we heard both 911 calls, and everyone called 911 that morning except for Karen. And Jen McCabe's 911 call, does it sound like she says we flipped him over?
What's going on? Is he breaking down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. Who's that in the background? Is that some girl?
If they had to flip him over, he was laying face down in the snow the whole time?
We just flipped him over.
Okay.
Does that mean he was completely covered with snow when they found him? I don't know. It sounds like she's saying we just flipped him over. But if they did flip him over, it would make more sense why his phone was underneath him. So we heard both 911
Yeah.
calls, and everyone called 911 that morning except for Karen. And Jen McCabe's 911 call, does it sound like she...
Damn.
Yeah, that does make more sense. Except they still said it was under his back. The phone. So, you know what I mean? If it was under his back, then was it beside him? And it was under his back when they flipped him over?
Well, I mean, could have been, yeah. I mean, it could have just been that it was underneath of, like, maybe when they flipped him over, it was like, so I guess the way I envisioned it, Heels, was like, maybe his phone was close to, like, somewhere under his body, and when they flipped him over, then his body was still on top of his phone. Does that make sense?
Well,
so, like, say if it was in the middle of your, like, say if you're laying belly down and your phone is right in your midline, and then they roll and you roll your, and then somebody rolls you over, it's still going to be underneath, like, your right shoulder, right? Because when you roll somebody over, it goes from midline over.
Right. No, see, they said it was found beneath him. And
Muted.
Well, that fits both scenarios, to be honest.
And so,
as long as they say that it was under his body, wouldn't matter if he was face up or face down.
For all this time, no one bothered to say, and Karen would know, that they rolled him over. I never heard that.
Oh, we're back.
Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Jackson, you'll just alert me before you begin that line of questioning because I have an instruction.
Of course.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Sergeant Michael Wank to the stand.
Okay.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Mr. Link. Yeah, Lila, I just was having trouble being the idiot that I am.
You're not an idiot.
I know.
Stop that.
You know, some days you wake up that way, though. Takes a while to.
Oh, girl, I'm
mindful to step up and to remain standing.
a hot mess when I wake up in the morning. It takes me forever to get discombobulated.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here and to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Morning.
Okay.
Yeah, Patricia, that's what I'm thinking.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton?
Over 24 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant with Canton?
It'll be 2 years in August.
Now, prior to, well, let me ask you first, with reference to your responsibilities as lieutenant, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what are your duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant?
I oversee the gun licensing and patrol.
And prior to working as a lieutenant, what was your role with the Canton Police before that?
I was a detective sergeant.
And how long were you a detective sergeant?
From September of 21 until August of 22.
And during that time frame as a detective sergeant, what were your duties and responsibilities with regard to the Canton Police at that point?
To oversee the detective bureau, ensure that all reports were issued to respective detectives and completed.
Now, you're also familiar with the role within the Canton Police of a sort of shift sergeant, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what are the differences between what a shift sergeant does and what a detective sergeant does?
Shift sergeant's primary responsibility is to run the daily shift, give out sectors to each of the cars, and dispatch cruisers to appropriate areas, so forth.
And if I could turn your attention to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Some point after 6 a.m., did you receive a call in regard to a dispatch that your department had received?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called you around that time?
Sergeant Sean Good.
Do you know approximately what time Sergeant Good called you?
I believe it was 6:08.
And with reference to that call, the initial call from Sergeant Good, what, if any, information did he relay to you at that time?
Sergeant Good stated that there was a gentleman.
With reference to that call, the initial call from Sergeant Good, what, if any, information did he relay to you at that time?
Sergeant Good stated that there was a gentleman found in the snow at 34 Fairview Road, and he was in very grave condition. And he brought it to my attention that he was also a Boston police officer.
And subsequent to that, through the course of your investigative work on this case, did you learn who that unresponsive male was?
Yes.
And who did you learn?
John O'Keefe.
And upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you know about what time would you estimate that you arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I live fairly close, so I was on scene by, I believe it was 6:24, 6:25.
And upon your arrival, who, if anyone else from your department was there prior to you?
Officer Sarif, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Good.
And when you arrived, beyond sort of the other officers from your department, what, if any, other activity or what, if any, other persons did you observe on scene?
When I arrived, I observed that the ambulance was still there. There was multiple EMTs, and I observed some witnesses also.
And with respect to the ambulance, it's your understanding Mr. O'Keefe was in that ambulance?
Yes,
Did you ever see Mr. O'Keefe on that one?
I did not.
And at some point, the other officers who preceded your arrival, did they direct you your attention to where Mr. O'Keefe was found when they first arrived?
They did.
And where was that sort of in relation to the property, if you recall?
If you're looking at 34 Fairview Road, it was on the left side of the property, about 8 feet from the road.
And in that sort of general area, what, if any, sort of landmarks or other sort of items in that area of the front yard did you observe?
I observed a flagpole. There was a fire hydrant and some brush area over there.
And upon your arrival on scene, who was the first person that you spoke to?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And you had some conversation with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then following talking to Sergeant Good, who, if anyone else, did speak to once?
I spoke to Jennifer McCabe.
And where was it in relation to the scene that you first spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
I believe I spoke to Jennifer McCabe right in front of Mark Cruiser 683, which was assigned to Officer Sarif.
And then about how long a conversation was that initially with Ms. McCabe?
I would say probably 8 or 9 minutes.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, what, if any, other sort of civilians did you observe in that area around that time?
I observed Kerry Roberts, and I don't recall seeing anybody else at the scene while I was focused on Ms. McCabe.
Now, with respect to Jennifer McCabe, I'll strike that. So after you spoke with Ms. McCabe for 8 or 9 minutes, then who, if anyone else, did you speak to at that time?
So after I spoke with Ms. McCabe, I believe I was able to then contact the CPAC unit.
And what is the CPAC unit?
CPAC unit is the investigative division for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Why did you contact them?
Because I was made aware at some point that it did not appear that Mr. O'Keefe was going to survive, and I wanted them to be aware of the situation.
And did they respond at that time?
No.
Now, with reference to, is that sort of a typical protocol, or what, if any, sort of typical protocol would you have responding to a scene of this nature?
Yes, any sort of scene where it appears that the person is not going to survive, we would contact State Police CPAC unit.
And why is that?
Because they investigate all deaths.
So they have jurisdiction over all unattended deaths, is that correct?
That's correct.
As well as homicides, things of that nature.
Correct.
Now, once you, do you recall who, if anyone, you spoke to on that first call or notification to CPAC?
It would have been just the dispatch center on the first call.
And what, if any, subsequent calls did you have with regard to CPAC while you were on scene that morning?
I got a return call from Trooper Michael Proctor.
And from your conversation with Trooper Proctor, what was your understanding as far as their response to the scene at that time?
So at that point in time, Trooper Proctor informed me that they would not be responding.
I don't know what that noise is, but if I could just ask you to repeat your last response, because frankly, I didn't.
Yes. In speaking to Trooper Proctor, he advised me at that point that they would not be responding.
And did he inform you as to why not at that time?
Objection.
Sustained.
What?
Now, when you arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you note as far as the weather conditions?
The weather conditions were extremely poor. There were high winds, heavy snow, and freezing temperatures.
Now,
Wait. Are you trying to tell me that Proctor said they weren't going to handle the scene?
You mentioned when you first arrived on scene, Mr. O'Keefe was in the back of that ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that the ambulance left in relation to when you arrived?
Very, very shortly after I arrived, I would say within 5 minutes.
Now, as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone, relayed any information in regard to that?
Sergeant Good advised me that,
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, what was sort of the next steps that you took on scene?
after I spoke to Ms. McCabe, I advised her that we were going to need to speak with the homeowners. She said that they were probably sleeping. I advised her that we were going to need to speak with them. And that's when I placed the call to the CPAC unit.
And prior to that, when you were on scene, had you seen anyone come in or go out of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And as far as sort of the other houses on the street, what, if any, activity did you observe with reference to any residents of those homes coming in or going out of their homes?
I did not observe anybody come in or out of their home.
Following your initial call to CPAC and conversation with Chief Proctor, what is it that you did next?
Once that call was complete, Sergeant Good and I observed that there was now a light on in the house of 34 Fairview, and we made the decision to then go in and speak with the homeowners.
And how was it that you sort of proceeded up to the home?
I believe, I don't recall if we used I believe we used the driveway, but I'm not 100% sure.
And you came into the home, recall which door that you used to enter the home?
The main door, the front door.
When you entered in through the main door, what, if you could describe to the jury sort of what you observed as far as what was before you from a layout perspective?
There was a staircase right in front of us. And to the right, it entered into like what appeared to be like a dining area.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with inside the home that morning?
Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
And what, if any, relationship to the home did you determine based on your conversation with them?
They were the homeowners.
Now, Brian Albert, is that someone that you knew prior to January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And how did you know?
I knew him as the oldest of the Albert brothers.
And did you know some of the other Albert brothers?
Yes.
And let me ask you this, Sergeant. Where did you grow up?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We moved here, we moved to Canton when I was 5 years old.
So essentially, since you were 5 years old, you lived in the town, correct?
Yes.
You work in the town, correct?
Yes.
Do you have children?
I do.
Any of them play sports?
They do.
Objection.
And sustain.
Move to strike.
Strike that.
What, if any, other sort of, other than living and working in the town, what, if anything else, is it that you do around the town?
I coach youth sports.
And how long have you done that for?
I would say at least 9 or 10 years.
And how would you describe your relationship with Brian Albert prior to that January 29th, 2022?
Civil?
Do you friends? Do you socialize?
No.
Now, in addition to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, who, if anyone else, where did you speak to them within the home?
Just inside the door by the staircase.
And how would you describe their demeanor when you were speaking to them?
They appeared, especially Mr. Albert, appeared disheveled, looked like he had just woken up.
And about how long a conversation was it between Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, that initial time?
I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
And beyond that, who, if anyone else, did you see within the home besides yourself, Sergeant Goods, and Mr. and Mrs. Albert?
Jennifer McCabe?
No one else at that time?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman named Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I met Brian when he was stationed at our police station. I don't know how many years ago it was, but he was assigned to our building years ago. That's how I met him.
And assigned in what capacity? And what I mean by that is what did you do for work?
Brian is a ATF agent.
And did you see Mr. Higgins at any point in time during the time that you were at Fairview Road that morning?
Not on my initial response.
So sometime after, is that correct?
Yes.
And when about was that?
That would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
And we'll get to that in a moment, but after your conversation with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert inside the house, what is it that you did then?
Could you repeat that, please?
After talking to the homeowners, what was your next step on scene that day? What did you do next?
After speaking with the family, I came out. By that point, Lieutenant Gallagher was on scene and spoke with Lieutenant Gallagher as to what we were going to do next as far as the scene itself.
And to that end, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with regard to sort of security of the scene at that time?
So we had put up some crime scene tape to try to protect the scene, but it was a futile effort because of the wind. But there were marked patrol cars in front of the yard at all times, so the scene was fairly secure at all times.
And then with relation to the scene or the area that you were directed, or your attention was directed to as to where Mr. O'Keefe had been found, what, if anything, did you do with reference to that area?
I stood by and observed while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower to try to clear the top layers of snow off of the scene.
And at some point in time, well, that particular process, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes,
And how was it done?
in my report.
I'm sorry, beyond that, was there any sort of photos or video that were taken of that leaf blower process?
Yes, Sergeant Good was able to take video while Lieutenant Gallagher used the leaf blower.
You've seen that video, is that correct?
Yes,
And what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what happened on scene that morning?
yes.
Now, in addition well, let me ask you this, as far as the leaf blower was concerned, what was sort of the purpose of that, or what was the thinking behind that?
The purpose behind the leaf blower was to just take the top layers of snow off to reveal what was underneath and try to preserve any potential evidence.
And upon employing that, what, if anything, did you then observe in that area of the front lawn?
Ultimately, we were able to see what appeared to be blood drops in the snow, as well as a drinking glass, cocktail glass.
Now, in addition to the video that was taken with regard to the leaf blowing process, or the use of the leaf blower, were the photos that were taken of the scene as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Kelman, if I could have exhibit number 27. Mr. Robinson. Sergeant Lank, what's up on the screen that's been previously marked as exhibit 27? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it as?
I recognize that to be the scene that we were working with the leaf blower.
May I approach the witness, Your
Yes.
So I'm handing you a laser pointer, basically, very simple, just press on that button and I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant Lank, with using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph in relation to what you saw and seen that.
So it appeared to see blood drops here in the snow that had been revealed by wiping away the top layer, as well as the glass protruding from the snow.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. At any point in time when you were on scene, did you have any contact or interaction with a person named Karen?
I did not.
Did you see her on scene at all that day?
I don't recall seeing her. I believe she was there while I was there, but I never spoke to her.
Now, following your initial conversation inside the home of 34 Fairview with Ryan Albert, Nicole Albert, and speaking to Jennifer McCabe outside, who, if anyone else, did you speak with that arrived on scene that morning?
Matthew McCabe.
And when was it that Matthew McCabe arrived in relation to your arrival and when you spoke to the other people?
Matthew McCabe arrived just a couple of minutes after I had walked out of the house the first time.
And so when he arrived, where did you go?
Moments after he arrived, I went back into the house to speak with Mr. McCabe.
And about how long a conversation was it that you were in the house when you were speaking to Mr. McCabe?
I'm not sure. I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
And over the course of that morning, about how many times did you go into the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
3.
Anyone ever tell you that you couldn't go into the home or that stopped you at the doorway or anything like that?
No.
And with reference to inside of the home, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how the home was situated, anything shoveled or anything like that?
Everything appeared in order.
And just if you know, what, if any, relationship does Matthew McCabe have to Jennifer?
Matthew McCabe is Jennifer McCabe's husband.
Now, turning back to what was just up on the screen in Exhibit 27, with regard to those items that you observed in the yards in the front lawn that day, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with respect to those items?
The drinking glass was secured into an evidence bag, and the blood drops were secured into 6 solo cups.
And why were they secured into 6 solo cups?
We did the best that we could with the situation, with the weather and deteriorating situation. Lieutenant Gallagher was able to attain the solo cups from Lieutenant Kelleher's house, which was diagonally across the street.
Now, with respect to the CPAC unit or the phone call that you made to the state police, beyond sort of the jurisdiction of them having over unattended deaths and things of that nature, what, if any, other assets that the state police have at their disposal with regard to crime scene that your department has found?
They have crime scene units that process crime scenes.
Now, with respect to those items, once they were secured, just in reference to the solo cups, beyond sort of just putting them into solo cups, what, if anything else, did you or the other officers do to secure those items specifically?
They were secured into a brown evidence bag.
And following them being secured, where did they go from there?
They were then, excuse me, they were then placed into my truck at that point, my police truck that I was using that day, and ultimately transported back to the police station.
And transported back to the police station
by me.
And once you were back at the police station with those items, what, if anything, did you do with them at that time?
They were secured into temporary evidence in the refrigerated unit for the solo cups, and the glass was secured into temporary evidence.
And so when you say temporary evidence, why were they secured into temporary evidence?
They were secured into temporary evidence so that they could ultimately be turned over to the state police.
And as far as when you secure something into temporary evidence, just in general terms first, what is it that you do with that item to secure it or label it or anything else?
So it's assigned a property number, and we would print out a property label, and then that's assigned. It's assigned to the OF number, which is the report.
The OF stands for a report of offense, is that correct?
Offense, yes.
So each report that you generate has a specific number with an OF following it,
That's correct.
and then that number is associated with the evidence that you secure, correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that evidence, whether it's temporary evidence or otherwise, what, if any, restrictions are there with regard to access to those items within your department?
So temporary evidence is accessible to all officers.
And to officers from your department, correct?
From our department, yes.
And following that, are you aware, or what, if anything, are you aware of what happened with those items after you secured them into temporary evidence?
I believe they were ultimately turned over to the state police.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm handing you up a box. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Appears to be a box to secure evidence with a call number on it.
And is that a box that you've seen earlier today?
Yes.
And with reference to what's contained within the box, have you seen that this morning as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take what's in the box out of the box. Sir, just for the record, you have some evidence gloves with you in court today, is that correct?
That's correct.
Sorry, sir, before you just go into that, just with reference to the bag that you have before you, what, if any, markings are on that relate to sort of your case, your case number with Kansas Police?
So it is there's a case number assigned to us, 22-87OF, and there is a property number, 22-18PR, and it's listed as broken drinking glass.
Have
And
you seen the item contained within that bag earlier this morning as well?
yes,
And what you observed within that bag, is that the piece of the cocktail glass that you observed on the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take it out of the bag and display it to the jury. Thank you, sir. You can place it back in the bag. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant Lank, once you were back at the police station, what, if any, call did you receive from anyone in regard to who, if anyone, called you once you were back at the station?
Jennifer McCabe called at 9 a.m.
And where did you go following that phone call with Jennifer McCabe?
Lieutenant Gallagher and I went back to 34 Fairview Road.
So this is now the third time that you've gone back and gone inside the residence at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with along with yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher once you returned there that morning?
Jennifer McCabe.
Okay, but how long a period of conversation was that second conversation that you had with Mr.
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And then following that, where did you go from there?
Returned to the police station.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 4th of 2022. You working on that day?
I was.
And in the same capacity that you had described earlier?
Yes.
And at some point, well, approximately 8:50 a.m. or so, who, if anyone, called you on that?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, or where did he direct you to go during the course of that conversation?
Lieutenant Gallagher directed me to go back to 34 Fairview Road and meet with Chief Berkowitz as he had possibly discovered more evidence.
And in the time between January 29th and February 4th, had you gone back to 34 Fairview Road at any point?
No.
Now, between that time of January 29th, 2022 and February 4th of 2022, what, if anything, occurred in regards to the weather in between those days?
So the weather had, the temperatures had increased and there was some rain.
And increased, if you know how, approximately how much?
I believe it made it up to the mid 40s.
So well above freezing, is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the snowfall that had come from the 28th and the 29th, what, if anything, just in general, had you, well, not in general, specifically to 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe between the snow that you observed there on the 29th and the snow that you observed there on February 4th?
A lot of the snow had melted and a lot of the ground had been revealed.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on February 4th, what, if anything, did you observe and where did you observe?
Chief Berkowitz brought my attention to a piece of red glass that was about 6 to 8 feet off the into the yard.
Now, before we get to that, as far as when you responded, who, if anyone else from your department, responded along with you?
Detective Tim Taylor.
And the pieces of plastic that you observed, where were they in relation to where you had observed or where you had been directed to that Mr. O'Keefe had been found on January 29th?
The glass was in the vicinity of where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered.
Now, with respect to that pieces of plastic that you observed, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize where they were?
I photographed the piece of plastic as it sat.
And did you or anyone in your presence touch, manipulate, or move those pieces of plastic in any way?
No.
And at some point after you arrived on scene, who, if anyone, did you contact in regard to securing those items?
I contacted the CPAC unit and ultimately Trooper Buchanan arrived back at the scene.
And if you know about how much time elapsed between the time that you contacted CPAC and the time that Buchanan arrived?
I honestly don't recall.
And when Trooper Buchanan arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you observe him to do with those pieces of plastic that you directed his attention to?
Trooper Buchanan secured the item into a evidence bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you two photographs. It's actually just briefly to look them over and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize in those photographs?
I recognize this to be the piece of plastic that Chief Berkowitz had observed on that morning.
Those are the photographs that you took that morning as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on February 4th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Now, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next to exhibit.
Okay.
It's 46 and 47.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first of those photographs up on the screen. And Lieutenant Lang, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen currently?
Yes.
And this is sort of a further out image of that piece of plastic you were talking about, is that correct?
Yes.
Using the laser pointer before you, if you could just draw the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe that. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, the next photograph. And sir, do you again recognize?
Well, look at that.
Yes, it's a close-up picture of the piece of plastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a
I'm
big
still-
old slice.
Do you think that's what caused some of the cuts on him?
Could have been, but it would have had to hit him over and over again. Do you know where it was found?
What?
Where it was found, like near him?
Yeah, he said near him, about 5 to 6 feet away.
Okay, so probably by the fire hydrant.
It was kind of like between him and the street, I would imagine.
Oh, between him and the street?
Well, the curb, because they said she said about 5 to 6 feet into the property.
Still trying to get over they rolled him.
Further, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Says 0 murders from what I could find, Liza.
So the body was 8 feet in. Those were 5 to 6 feet in. That makes sense.
Yeah, well, they said the body was.
All right,
During the trial?
jurors, so you're about to hear evidence of an event that happened in 2002. This evidence can be considered by you insofar as it demonstrates or relates to the credibility of this witness and the thoroughness of the investigation into this case for which the defendant is currently on trial before you folks. You may use this evidence to the extent that you find it credible in deciding whether there was any bias or favoritism on the part of the police in their investigation in this case.
May I?
Mr. Jackson, yes.
Lieutenant Lank, I want to start by asking you about your relationship with certain members of the Albert family. Do you know any other members of the Albert family other than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Can you describe who those are?
Kevin Albert, who is a detective on our department, Chris Albert, and I know Tim Albert.
Are those three individuals brothers?
Yes,
Who is the eldest brother?
Brian.
How long have you known, I want to start first with Tim Albert. How long have you known Tim Albert?
I knew Tim Albert when he was a kid because he was friends with a younger brother of a friend of mine.
Starting at what age?
12.
So
He was 12. I was probably 16 or so.
Okay, so the better part of your life, you've known Tim Albert.
Since about 16, I would say.
And what about Chris Albert?
Chris Albert, I've known since junior high,
Which would be about what age?
13, 14,
You grew up with
12,
Chris?
12, 13. I was friendly with Chris from junior high through high school and into our 20s.
And friendly with Tim?
I wouldn't say I was friendly to say hello to Tim. I didn't associate with him. He was younger. He was Chris's younger brother.
But you also knew Chris's older brother, Brian?
Yes.
Back in those days.
I knew who he was.
So you've known the three of them for basically your entire life?
No, I had met them. I had met Brian. I didn't know him other than just being Chris's older brother when we were younger kids.
Certainly with regard to Chris, you would consider him a close friend.
Consider who a close friend?
Chris? I'm
Yes.
using first names only because they're all.
Sure. Chris and I were pretty good friends when we were younger, yes.
I want to draw your attention to an incident in August of 2002. Do you remember an incident in 2002 occurring with, that involved Chris Albert?
Yes.
In 2002, in August of 2002 specifically, you were off duty, correct?
Yes.
You had been drinking alcohol, correct?
Yes.
You were approached by Chris Albert out in the parking lot, is that right?
That's correct.
And Chris Albert told you some information about being in a fight. That he had been in a fight or an altercation of some sort, correct?
He told me he had been in an altercation earlier in the night and some threats had been made to him and his family.
And you got out of your car and discussed this with Mr. Albert, correct?
No.
You just talked to him while you were seated in your car?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did some other individuals approach that same area?
Yes.
Was there a fight that you believed was about to ensue?
Yes.
Did you get out of your car at that point?
I did.
Did you come to Chris's aid by quote unquote activating yourself as an officer?
I got out of my car and I approached the group and I pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight. There's 6 of you guys. He's here with his girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight.
Did you come to Chris Albert's aid as best you could as a longtime friend of his?
I came to the aid of a citizen who was in fear and of need.
That citizen happened to be Chris Albert, whom you had known since you were 12 years old.
Correct.
Ultimately, a fight did break out, did it not?
Yes.
And you engaged in that fight.
Yes.
And again, you had been drinking alcohol at that point, correct?
Correct.
And you were off duty in August of 2002 during this fight.
Yes.
Just like you were off duty in 2022 when you were called by Sergeant Good to activate and come to the crime scene at 34 Fairview.
When Sergeant Good contacted me, I was not working. I was due to work at 7:45 that morning. When Sergeant Good contacted me and told me what was going on, then I activated myself and came to work because I was the detective sergeant.
And that's similar sort of activation, using that word in air quotes, it's similar sort of activation that you employed back in 2002 to assist Chris Albert.
No.
You did, in fact, call for someone to call the police and get some Canton officers over there, correct?
Excuse me, so in 2002?
In 2002.
Yes,
Okay. And I failed to ask you this, but in 2002, you were in fact a Canton police officer
yes.
at the time. After the other officers arrived, did you order the other officers to handcuff or somehow restrain one of the two brothers that were involved in this fight with Chris?
No,
Ultimately, did you see whether or not those officers handcuffed or otherwise restrained one of the brothers that was involved in this fight?
yes,
And did you then engage physically in a fight with the other brother who was not restrained?
no. The struggle had already occurred.
All right. So let me make sure I get the timing right. You did, in fact, engage in a physical fight with one of the brothers, correct?
Upon being struck, yes.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Upon being struck, yes,
And then you struck him back.
yes.
You ended up on the ground.
Yes, we were wrestling, yes.
And ultimately, the other officers had to pull you off that man, correct?
No,
You ultimately, the fight was broken up between you and the other brother. Is that right?
that's correct.
All right. And that fight was broken up by the officers who were on scene.
Yes,
After this physical altercation with the brother who was not ultimately restrained, both of the brothers and everybody else was just told by the officers, just go away, get out of here, go home, correct?
no, I believe one of the brothers left the scene, fled the scene, and the brother that was restrained was ultimately uncuffed and left free to go.
And nobody was arrested that night.
Correct.
Nobody chased down the brother that left the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody arrested the brother that had been handcuffed.
Correct.
And no police reports were written by you or any of the other officers about this incident on that night.
I don't recall when the other officers wrote theirs. I did not write mine on that night.
The next day, you became aware that one or both of the brothers had arrived at Canton Police Department to file a formal complaint for having been physically attacked by you and some of the other officers involved, correct?
I don't recall when I was made aware that they had come down to the police station.
You are aware that there was a complaint sought against you for the physical attack that was alleged to have occurred, correct?
It was brought to my attention that they had come down to the police station.
And you also are aware that only after that complaint had been sought, the police reports were then dated and filed against the two brothers, correct?
So I had spoken to the sergeant on duty the night of the
Yes or
incident.
no question. I'm just looking at the time.
It's not a yes or no question.
So he was just asking you about dates. So can you answer the question? Ask the question
Could you
about the
repeat?
dates again, please.
I'm seeking the chronology of events. A fight occurs, a complaint against you occurs, and then police reports are filed against the two people that are complaining against you. Is that the chronology?
Yes,
And you're also aware that although he had been in a physical fight that night, no charges were ever brought against Chris Albert, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know that?
I don't know. I don't even know where the fight occurred.
Officer Lang, what we just talked about, is that an example of you using your position as a police officer to come to the aid of one of the members of the Albert family?
It was me coming to the aid of a citizen who was terrified and scared for him and his family on that night.
Who happened to be
Who happened?
named what?
Excuse me, who happened to be Chris Albert.
You mentioned Kevin Albert. Who's he?
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police.
Is he a coworker?
Yes,
How long have you known him?
probably since 14, 15 years old.
And you also consider him to be a friend as well as a coworker
I do,
and a colleague.
yes,
And you're also well aware. I mean, you've said it already. He's the little brother of Brian Albert.
correct.
And you're also aware that the reason that your department was ultimately recused from this investigation, Lieutenant Lank, is because of a perceived bias or conflict of interest between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes, there was a perceived bias.
Can you tell me one more time, now I want to fast forward to the incident in question. What was the exact time that you arrived at the location, if you know?
I believe it was around 6:24, 6:25.
Okay, and you indicated that that was in response to a call that you got from Sergeant Good.
Yes, that's correct.
What made you decide, or could you have decided to take this particular call? Was it up to you, in other words?
I would never not take that call.
Okay, fair enough. So once you got the call, you knew that you were going to respond because there was something very serious afoot.
Correct.
Did you know at the time you got the call that that very serious incident was occurring at 34 Fairview?
No.
When did you realize that?
Upon speaking with Sergeant Good.
Okay, so Sergeant Good didn't, I guess that's what maybe I asked an inartful question. I was asking whether or not Sergeant Good told you before you actually arrived, he sort of had to have, that it's at 34 Fairview.
He did.
Okay. At that point, did the light bulb go off and you think to yourself, ding, that's the Albert House?
I don't recall if I realized it then or once I turned onto the street. I don't recall.
At some point before your car came to a stop, you knew this is 34 Fairview, this is the Albert household.
I knew that was Brian Albert's house, yes.
When you arrived, who was the ranking officer at the scene? You mentioned, obviously, we've heard these names, Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, you. Who was the ranking officer?
When I arrived, Sergeant Good was the ranking officer.
Have you reviewed well, let me ask a different question. Did you have a dash cam in the vehicle that you arrived in?
I did not.
And that's because was that a detective vehicle?
Yes.
Sometimes used undercover, et cetera?
Yes.
So it's not a fully marked cruiser.
No, not at all.
The other cruisers you're aware did have dash cams, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any or all of those dash cams from Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good?
Yes.
And you reviewed those in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 16. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bates if you could fast forward that to about the runtime of about 28:35 or so, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Before we play this, it appears to be a still image of.
So let's not describe it.
Sure. What do you see on the screen?
I see two still images.
Okay. Do you recognize either or both of those images?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
It looks like the scene from that morning from, I believe it's going to be the top one anyway is that 683 Officer Seraph's cruiser.
And the bottom one?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Looks like possibly Sergeant Goods based on where it's placed.
Okay. If we could fast forward to the 28:40 mark or so, Mr. Bates, and play that. And let's pause it for a second. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
So I'm realizing that I don't want to get in trouble in a small town because just because you grew up in a small town and you know people, like, they're linking that together here.
Yeah. I don't know why this is important.
You indicated that you have reviewed these videos in anticipation of your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the top video, and specifically to an area right around this area in the video, which is highlighted. Before we play, a couple of foundational questions. Did you meet with Jennifer McCabe out behind the vehicle that's depicted in the Officer Seraph dash cam?
Yes.
Did you have some sort of a conversation with her?
I'm sorry. I just want to say John's body was gone by now.
I did.
At some point, did you see Ms. McCabe leave your presence and walk toward the driveway?
Once the conversation had terminated, I honestly don't recall where she went.
Did she tell you that she intended to go inside the house?
I had said to her that at some point we're going to need to speak to Brian and Nicole
Why did you think it was important to speak to Brian and Nicole?
because it's their property.
And somebody was laying in the snow, unconscious and unresponsive, correct?
Correct.
And obviously that could potentially, at least, implicate people inside the house.
Based on my conversation with Ms. McCabe, she had stated that the intention was for Mr. McCabe, for Mr. O'Keefe to join them at that house. So I wanted to get statements from everybody who was there.
Find out what happened, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's sort of the obvious initial point of an investigation. Find out who the witnesses are and interview all of them, correct?
Correct.
And you began by talking to Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
knowing that she was a potential witness at least, correct?
She identified herself as a friend of Mr. O'Keefe.
Who had been with Mr. O'Keefe just hours before.
Yes.
He ended up laying in the snow fighting for his life, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also knew that there were other witnesses potentially inside the house because she just told you that, right?
I knew that that was ultimately where he was supposed to end up.
So if there were other witnesses in the house, if there were other individuals in the house, they also were potential witnesses.
Potentially.
And Ms. McCabe indicated, I'm going to go in the house, correct?
I had told her that she's going to have to wake her sister up because we're going to need to speak with them.
You didn't think that it was more important to separate the witnesses and not let her talk to other witnesses?
No.
You thought that it was appropriate to let all the witnesses get together and just discuss the facts before you have an opportunity to interview them separately?
Objection.
It is to the form.
Just letting the siren go out.
That's fine.
Yes.
Lieutenant Lang, if you could direct your attention to the area that I highlighted earlier. Let's go ahead and play the video. Stop. Did you see anything occur at or around the car in the distance?
It appears to be somebody walking towards the house.
Was that Jen McCabe?
I can't say for sure.
Do you see yourself, by the way, in this video?
Yes.
Where are you?
Right here.
Okay. You've described sort of the, I don't know if it's tan or gray.
It's a gray North Face jacket with it's black on the top.
Okay. Toward the shoulders.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play the video, and I'll indicate another stopping place that I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about. Apologize. Oh, go. No, sorry. I'm standing in front of someone. Did you see another person shorter in stature approach you?
I believe, right there? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe it's Kerry Roberts.
Okay. Let's go play it. Pause it. Did you see yourself just exit screen right?
Yes.
It appeared that you had something in your hand.
Yes.
You're taking a call
Yes.
on your cell phone.
Yes.
What was that call?
I don't recall. It could have, I can't see what time that is. I don't believe that I made the call to the CPAC unit until around 6:38, so I'm not sure who that call was from.
If you'll direct your attention, I think now down toward the camera below,
Yes.
you may see yourself enter the frame. Can we go ahead and play it? Go ahead and pause it. Does it appear you're on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Pause it. Did it appear that you walked off screen left?
Yes.
Still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead. Pause it. Did you see somebody following that same direction?
It looked like Officer Sheriff.
Go ahead and play it.
Actually, I'm wrong because that's Officer Sheriff right there, so I'm incorrect.
You think it might have been Sergeant Good?
Could we play it back?
With the court's permission.
Sure, go ahead.
Pause. You recognize that person?
Yes, I'm mistaken. That's Sergeant Good.
Okay, go ahead. Pause it. Does it appear that you've walked back into the frame?
Yes.
Are you followed by anybody?
I believe it's still Sergeant Good.
Are you speaking to Sergeant Good or are you walking away from him? Or can't you tell?
In that frame, it appears I'm standing right next to him.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did it appear you were sort of walking away from Sergeant Good off frame again?
Yes, it appears that I'm pacing.
Were you still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead. Pause it. Directing your attention to the top video, do you see the SUV in the video?
Yes.
Does that SUV appear to be leaving the scene?
Yes.
Do you know who was in that video? In that SUV?
I believe it's going to be Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed.
Okay, go ahead and play it. closet. At that point, are you walking back into the frame on the lower video?
Yes.
At this point, Lieutenant, are the lights on at 34 Fairview on or off?
They still appear to be off.
And at some point while you were at the scene, did the lights come on? I think you testified to that earlier.
Yes.
I'd like you to pay special attention to that moment and maybe tell me to stop when you see those lights come on. It may be a minute or so.
Sure.
At this point, does it appear that you're still on the phone?
Yes.
How's it? At this point, is there anything that changed in the scene?
Yes.
What's that?
It appears that there's now a light on inside the home.
And at this point, Ms. McCabe has been inside the house for approximately how long, if you could estimate?
Maybe 3 minutes.
And are you still on the phone? Or have you ended that call?
I can't tell if I'm still on the phone at that point. I know that right around this time is when I end up speaking to the CPAC unit, because I believe I get into the vehicle.
Let's play it just a little bit further forward, maybe another 30 seconds or so. Okay. Does it appear at this point, if you can see, does it appear that you've ended that call, or at least your hands are down by your side?
I can't tell.
Okay. You would agree with me, that's all I have for that. Okay. You would agree with me that that was without counting the seconds, that was about a 5-minute phone call, or maybe a little better than 5 minutes.
I wasn't watching, to be honest.
Do you have any idea who you were talking to now that you've seen that?
I could make an educated guess, but I don't know for sure.
You did notice that several minutes after Jim McCabe went in the house, and while you were on that phone call, the lights finally came on at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
At the point the lights came on, the ladder truck had already gone, left from the scene, correct?
I
Fire
believe,
engine.
I believe so.
The firefighters are all gone.
Yes.
The ambulance has already left and transported Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
The paramedics are gone, the EMTs.
Yes.
Fire captain and his SUV, that's gone. Is that right?
I'm sorry, was there a question?
The fire captain and his SUV, that's gone.
I'm not sure.
In other words, all the fire and EMTs.
I don't see them on camera.
Doesn't appear that any fire or EMTs are still on scene, correct?
Doesn't appear so.
Carrie Roberts is gone.
Yes.
Karen Reed is gone.
Yes.
So when the only parties left at the scene are members of the Albert family, Jen McCabe, and the Canton Police Department representatives, that's when the lights inside 34 Fairview finally came on.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And then minutes after that call, you did then speak to CPAC, to dispatch, correct?
CPAC dispatch.
Right, I was getting to that. It was a dispatch and the dispatch was to CPAC, not to Canton PD.
Correct.
And at some point, did CPAC dispatch indicate that they were on their way, they had declined the call? What was that call all about?
So there are two separate calls.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Who did you talk to at CPAC?
I don't recall who handled the first call at dispatch.
Okay, do you remember having a conversation with Kelly Dever?
No.
Um,
I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about CPAC dispatch, not Canton Police dispatch.
okay, fair enough. At some point, did you have a conversation with, well, let me ask it this way. I just don't know. Did you talk to both Canton dispatch and CPAC dispatch?
I definitely spoke to CPAC dispatch.
And
I-
okay.
I'm not sure if I spoke to Canton dispatch or not.
All right. At some point, did you say, did you indicate to one or the other, I'm responding to 34 Fairview, we have a Boston police officer who was just found?
I stated that I was already at 34 Fairview.
You indicated
I
that he
believe.
does have some trauma to his head area, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, quote, I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. Our medics don't believe he's going to make it,
Correct.
end quote. Sergeant Lang, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
So somebody disclosed to you that it appeared that he had been in a quote fight or whatever, at least at that point. That was your thought.
No.
And what made you say, well, you didn't say to dispatch, the victim appears to have been shot, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been stabbed.
No.
He had been strangled.
No.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been hit by a car.
Correct.
You said it appeared that he'd been in a fight or whatever, correct?
I stated that he had some trauma to his head, and I said, I don't know if he has been in a fight. And then I believe I described it as I don't remember my exact terminology, but it was a crazy scene.
Chaotic scene,
Possibly. I don't recall my exact words, something to that effect.
but you do recall your exact words to dispatch being, I don't know if he's been in a fight or whatever.
Correct.
I want to talk about inside the house for just a few minutes, if I could. You've talked extensively about the crime scene outside, and we'll get to that in a second, but I want to talk about what did or did not happen inside the house. Did you actually make it inside the house at some point?
Yes.
Okay. When was that? How long? Let's use Jennifer McCabe as the time frame. How long after that did you finally go inside the house, after she'd been in the house?
So it was specifically just after I got off the phone with CPAC.
So just a few minutes after we ended that video.
Yes.
And you walked you said either along the driveway or through the yard.
I believe it was up the driveway.
Okay. Once you went in the house, you made contact with the individuals in the house, correct?
Yes.
And you believed, at least at that point, that there was a potential that there was a, let me rephrase that. You knew that you were dealing with a violent incident, correct?
No.
You thought maybe it was just a heart attack?
I didn't know what it was at that point in time. I didn't know what it was. Could have been a multitude of things.
But what was going through your mind at that point was it could have been a fight or whatever, because he had trauma to his head. Those were your words.
Those were my words. Yes.
Okay. So you didn't think it was like some old man who died of old age, right?
Based on his age, no, I wouldn't have suspected that.
You didn't think it was an accidental drowning or something.
Again, it could have been a multitude of things to cause those injuries. So at that point in time, we had no idea what we were looking at.
But you were aware that it had something to do with a violent incident. He had trauma to his face and he's unconscious, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe that there were any indicators that Mr. O'Keefe had been involved in some sort of a physical altercation?
Possibly.
Okay. And that's because you used the phrase, he had trauma to his face and head, right?
That's what I had been told, yes.
So based on what you had been told, you knew that there was a person laying out unconscious just outside a residence that may have been involved in a physical altercation. That's fair.
It's a possibility, yes. But again, there were a multitude of things that were going through my head as possibilities.
But that's one of the premier possibilities, right?
I wouldn't say it's premier, it was one of the possibilities.
And it's logical to believe that if a fight had occurred, very well may have started inside the residence 30 feet away.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe in your mind that it was possible, given the fact that a violent confrontation was possible in your mind, that it could have started inside the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
It were approached.
Yes.
If this were supposed to be some big cover up at this point, he wouldn't be being, like, there would be something more to it, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, he would.
Sure.
Lieutenant Lang, given what you believed at the time and the possibility that there was a fight or whatever, did you logically think in your mind, your state of mind was it possibly could have started in the house?
If it had been a confrontation, it could have started anywhere.
Right? The house is part of anywhere, right?
Correct.
So in other words, the house is not excluded in your mind at that point as a starting point for the investigation. Is that right?
Well, the starting point would have been where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered. And then based on speaking with the witnesses, there was no indication that he had ever made it into the house.
Well, you didn't know that until you followed up on your investigation, correct?
I learned that by speaking to Ms. McCabe.
So you just took Ms. McCabe's word for it.
At that point in time, that was the only person I had spoken to, and she gave me a timeline of events from that night where Mr. O'Keefe was supposed to come back to the house, but never made it.
Have you ever been, in your course of investigating cases, have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Yes.
So it's not necessarily the best investigative technique to just take a witness's word for something, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You need to actually investigate the circumstances for yourself and to your own satisfaction. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
One of those investigative techniques would be to walk into the house and figure out who's who there, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. One of those investigative techniques to satisfy yourself that you're actually getting to the truth of the matter would be to walk into the house and figure out who's in the house first.
I will agree that I needed to speak to the people in the home. I can't just walk in their house. I have to announce myself, and they don't have to let me in.
I understand. I'm not trying to parse those words. I just mean entering the home and interviewing witnesses. That would be a normal part of your investigation initially, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that the most obvious place to look for witnesses that may have information about a fallen man in the snow would be 30 feet away in the home, correct?
Correct.
So once you're inside the residence, you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that there's a stair that services the second floor. Is that right?
Straight ahead, yes.
Right. Just before the staircase, there's a door to your left, right?
I don't recall.
You remember whether or not there's a door that when you open it, goes directly downstairs to the basement?
I don't recall.
You indicated on direct examination that you didn't notice anything. I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me. You didn't notice anything out of place in the home.
No.
But you didn't go downstairs to the basement and look, did you?
No.
Didn't look for broken furniture down there.
I didn't enter the basement at all.
You didn't look for torn clothing down there.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How about anywhere in the house? Did you look for broken furniture or torn clothing or blood evidence or DNA evidence?
At that point in time, I never made it past the front foyer area.
So the answer to my question is no, you did not.
I never made it past the front foyer area.
So if I were to ask you one more time, I know you never made it past the foyer. Did you ever investigate the foyer area or any other part of the house for evidence of a fight?
The only area I was able to observe at that point, everything appeared to be in order.
But you didn't search the rest of the house for a fight, Lieutenant. That's all I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't have had probable cause to do so.
And did you seek guidance from a court as to whether or not you might have probable cause?
Do you mean a search warrant?
That's what I mean.
I wouldn't fill out an affidavit for a search warrant because it wouldn't have probable cause.
In your mind, there was no PC to search that house, right?
Objection.
Let's move on from this.
One of the ways to secure a premises, any premises, in a normal crime scene investigation would be to remove the witnesses and animals from that premises to sort of freeze it and lock it down, correct?
If there was reason to do so, yes.
Okay. Were the witnesses in this case asked to come outside the house in order to freeze the house down as a potential crime scene?
No.
Were any animals removed in order to freeze and lock down the house as a potential crime scene?
I didn't observe any animals.
Did you, and this is the last question on this issue, did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises, the inside of the house, in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
No.
Did you allow witnesses to go inside the house other than Jim McCabe?
Yes.
Who was that?
I believe Matt McCabe entered the house after I had come out.
And did you seek to separate any of the witnesses or admonish them that they are not to be in each other's presence and discuss the facts of the case before you had an opportunity to interview them?
No.
And as you sit here, you have no idea, when you were not in their presence, you have no idea what the occupants of that house were discussing
Correct.
or what they were doing.
I have no idea what they were doing.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Given the fact that you were the first law enforcement officer inside the house, did you seek to photograph anything inside the house?
When you say I was the first law enforcement officer, I was with Sergeant Good. Both of us walked in at the same time.
That's fair. I don't mean to be vague, but you were sort of leading the discussion, correct? With the interviews.
Yes.
At least according to Sergeant Good, you were taking charge.
Sure.
As the first law enforcement officer to take charge inside the house, did you seek to photograph that?
No.
Of that location?
No, I did not.
Did you make any drawings or diagrams of the layout of the house?
No, I did not.
Did you note where the furniture was or was not?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you note in a diagram where furniture was? There's a dining room table here. It's got 6 chairs. There's a kitchen table over there.
No, I did not.
Did you note any document where the individuals were, the human beings were in relation to each other when you walked in the house?
Are you asking me where I were, or did I make a
I'm asking you
diagram?
whether or not you documented that.
No.
Had you been told at the time that you went in the house that John O'Keefe was found out in the yard that there was a shoe missing? His right shoe was missing.
No,
You didn't have that information yet?
I did not.
Did you subsequently learn that?
I learned that much later after we had already cleared the area.
Tell me what much later means. Days, hours, weeks?
I honestly couldn't give an exact answer on that.
I think I know the answer to this, but you didn't do any search for any missing clothing from the victim inside the house.
I did not.
Last question on this, or last series of questions on this issue. You understand the importance of electronic devices in modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
iPads, cell phones, things of that nature.
Sure.
Because they can record things like photographs, videos, conversations, text messages, and emails.
Yes.
Would you consider electronic devices relatively vital in modern law enforcement investigations?
I'm sorry, violent?
Vital.
Yes. Yes.
Right? They're critical items of evidence, right? It's like walking around with your entire life in your palm of your hand, correct?
Correct.
Did you seek to secure any electronic devices from any of the occupants of that house that morning?
No.
Did you ask for consent to look through their electronic devices, for instance, their cell phones, for text messages, or communications?
No.
Did you believe, well, turning back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Lally, you did in fact interview Brian Albert at the scene, correct?
Yes.
You also interviewed his wife.
Yes.
Did you believe at any point before you interviewed Mr. Albert that it was incumbent upon you to let your supervisors know that there may be a conflict of interest because of a personal relationship that you had with the family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever, in fact, not whether you believed it was important, but did you ever, in fact, notify any of your superiors at Canton PD or any other law enforcement agency that you had a personal relationship with the Albert family or members of the Albert family?
I did not.
You indicated that you believe you spoke to Mr. Albert and his wife, Nicole Albert, for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Is that what you said?
Roughly.
Did you record that conversation?
I did not.
You had your cell phone with you, correct?
Yes.
You know that has recording capability?
Yes.
Was anybody else with Nicole? When I say with, I mean in earshot of Nicole and Brian Albert when you interviewed either one of them or both of them?
Jennifer McCabe.
So you interviewed them together.
Yes.
Did you then interview Jennifer McCabe?
I had spoken to Jennifer McCabe outside. To the best of my memory, I believe once we were inside, I was able to get some more information from her based on the chronological order of events.
And when you were getting this information about the chronological order of events, that was within earshot of Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
Yes.
So when you interviewed Brian Albert, Nicole and Jennifer McCabe were listening, correct?
Yes.
When you interviewed Nicole Albert, Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe were listening.
Yes.
And when you got this chronological layout of the night before from Jennifer McCabe, Brian and Nicole were both listening.
Yes.
After you met with the three of them and interviewed them, you indicated that you came back. You'd already left, you came back. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, so forgive me. When you came back, it was around 9 a.m.?
No. I came back just moments later.
Had you actually left? I may be a bit confused, so I apologize. Had you actually left and driven back to Canton PD?
No.
Okay, so you just came back in the house?
When Mr. McCabe entered the house?
No, I'm so sorry. I'm jumping ahead, so that's unfair. You left, now we're at the point where you've already cleared the crime scene.
Okay.
And then at some point you get called back.
Yes.
Because Ms. McCabe said she had additional information she wanted to impart.
Yes.
When you interviewed Ms. McCabe that second time, were Brian and Nicole Albert there?
Yes.
Were they within earshot?
Yes,
And they listened to that conversation as well.
yes.
After that conversation, did you meet with any other witnesses between February 29th, later in the day, January 29th, any time until February 4th?
No,
None.
no.
I do want to talk for a second, just a brief second, about setting up a crime scene outdoors. You indicated that the crime scene was relatively secure, was your word. It was relatively secure because there were patrol cars or cruisers sort of around the perimeter
Yes,
of the yard. Is that right?
that's correct.
Crime scene tape wasn't working because it was windy.
Crime scene tape was up, but it was being blown all over the place.
Okay. And of course, Canton PD has the ability to go get stakes and just hammer some stakes into the dirt if you wish to.
No,
You don't have stakes at Canton PD?
No, we-
eat stakes. You eat STAKES.
I know what a stake is. No, we don't have any.
Canton PD doesn't have those.
No,
So if crime scene tape was blowing down, that was just sort of a, let's give up on it. Wasn't doing any good.
no.
In your mind, it was futile.
The crime scene tape was futile, yes. It was left up until we made the determination to take it down, but it wasn't really doing its job.
All right. And once the scene was cleared, all those cruisers that were protecting that crime scene were now gone, right?
Yes,
And all the cruisers were gone by about 7:50 in the morning, 7:50, 7:55.
yes,
So before 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely, I'm sorry, after 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open,
yes,
unsecured,
yes,
and available to anybody who wanted access to it.
correct.
One of the reasons to secure a crime scene is to minimize the possibility of evidence destruction on one hand, correct?
Yes,
And evidence tampering on the other hand, right?
sure.
And examples of evidence tampering could be just moving a piece of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's overruled. Just not too much further with this, though.
I've just got a couple of quick questions about this.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. An example or a couple of examples of evidence tampering could be something as simple as moving a piece of evidence, moving it from here to here, correct?
That would be tampering, yes,
Hiding evidence, getting rid of it, right?
yes,
Taking evidence out of the scene or putting evidence back into the scene, correct?
yes,
Or even planting evidence that didn't exist before. All of those would be examples of tampering with evidence.
yes,
And setting up a proper crime scene minimizes or eliminates the possibility for that.
setting up a crime scene would, could you say that again, please?
Sure. Setting up a proper crime scene, securing a proper crime scene minimizes or tries to eliminate the possibility of that type of evidence tampering. Obviously.
It would, but at this point in time, we weren't aware of, at this point in time, state police had said they weren't responding. So there was no longer an area to preserve at that point.
So in your mind, well, let me phrase it a different way. What that means is after 8 a.m., that scene was just open.
It was.
You found both the blood that we saw pictures of and the cocktail glass that we were just introduced to this morning, correct?
Yes,
You searched the area that was adjacent to where you believed the body was. Is that right?
we searched, I would say, about a 6x6 or 7x7 area,
6x6 or 7x7?
roughly. 6 feet on each side.
Right. You were looking for obviously anything that was out of place, anything that didn't belong,
Yes,
like a man's size 12 shoe would have caught your attention.
it would.
A black baseball cap would have caught your attention.
It would.
Piece of plastic broken probably would have caught your attention.
Yes,
Certainly 45 pieces of plastic would have caught your attention.
yes,
And between you and Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good, Officer Mulaney, Lieutenant Gallagher. None of that was found.
The only things we found were the things that were documented.
You did find the blood, however, is that right?
Yes.
Who literally physically leaned down and scooped that blood up?
Me.
And that was done in a plastic solo cup that we've heard a little bit about. All right?
Yes.
You're aware that those solo cups are unsealed.
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher got them out of a sealed package.
When I say unsealed, I mean they don't have a lid on them. They're not airtight containers.
Correct.
So once you scoop up the snow and the dirt and the debris and the grass and everything else along with the blood, they're just open to the air.
Yeah, there was snow and blood. There was no dirt and debris in the class that I can recall.
You're sure about that? There's no dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any, no.
You didn't observe any dirt and snow? You don't think there's dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any dirt in the glass. Excuse me, the cup.
Certainly wasn't a sterile cup.
No.
Certainly wasn't a crime scene cup.
No.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab warns against collecting any biological material in anything made of plastic, correct? Are you aware of that?
No.
When you scooped up the blood, did you videotape that process so we know exactly which blood stain was scooped up from where?
I don't recall if it was videotaped, but we did not document which scoop went in which cup.
Okay. So if there's multiple contributors to multiple contributors of the blood, we'd sort of have no idea which blood drop belonged to whom, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once these unsealed cups were in your possession, what did you do with them?
The cups were placed into the Toyota Tundra that I was driving that day and ultimately returned back to the police station.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about the process once you returned back to the station. They were put in a brown evidence bag, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, when you log these items into tell me the name of it again, it's temporary evidence?
Temporary, excuse me, the blood was put in temporary evidence refrigerator.
Okay, inside the evidence bag. Cups are still inside the evidence bag and it's logged in.
I don't recall that. I'm not sure if I took them out or not. I don't recall.
You indicated that there's an item number or property number that's assigned to them.
Yes.
There's generated a seal or a label to go on the evidence that's being stored, correct?
It should, yes.
And the bag is sealed. The evidence bag is sealed like this red tape that we see on this thing, correct?
When possible, there are certain items that can't be bagged, and then sometimes you create a tag and attach it to a tag.
Right, but if it's a brown paper bag that's an evidence bag, you certainly just fold over the edge of it and just put a red evidence seal on it to make sure that that's secure and not tampered with, correct?
That would be one way to do it, yes. I don't recall if I left them in the bag or took them out of the bag. I don't recall.
If you left them in the bag, you likely would have, if you're booking them into evidence, you likely would have used some red crime scene, not crime scene tape, evidence tape.
If I had left them in the bag, I would have put the property label right on the bag.
So everybody could see it.
Yes.
Okay, there's an evidence bag with important evidence in it. Don't mess with it. It's secure, correct?
Yes.
So we have tab 23. Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
I believe it's Miss Reed's vehicle.
For the record, you're looking at what's been previously marked as exhibit 37. You see a little white rag down there by the right rear quarter panel?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to tab 24. You see that white rag?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you see a bag sitting next to it?
I do.
Doesn't look like an evidence bag, does it?
No, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag.
Stop
But
and Shop.
actually, it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says Stop and Shop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
That's a grocery bag.
It is. And that's exactly what our evidence bags look like. So that's what I thought it was at first.
Right, except it doesn't say anything about evidence on it. It says Stop and Shop, correct?
Correct.
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag.
I'm not sure.
You were when these pictures were taken?
I could tell that it's the Canton Police Sallyport. So it's some point after the state police had seized the vehicle.
And at some point after you had brought the solo cups back to the station.
Correct.
Matter of fact, these were taken on February 1st when the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab finally took possession of these items of evidence, correct?
I was not in the police station for those 2 days.
Let's look at the next tab, tab 25. You recognize that?
It appears to be solo cups with substance inside.
Are those just any solo cups or those the solo cups that you took back to the station from 34 Fairview?
I mean, I couldn't say definitively, but it certainly looks like it.
It appears that they have red liquid material floating in the bottom.
Yes.
That appear to be blood.
The top three I can see, yeah, the only two I see that don't have it are the bottom two left.
Okay, let's look at the next tab, which is 26. And do you see somebody with gloved hands opening that bag? Same bag, little white rag right there?
I do.
Okay, that appear to be the same 6 solo cups?
That you just showed me in the previous slide?
Yes.
Yes.
So are those the same 6 solo cups that you gathered at the scene at 34 Fairview and ultimately brought back to Canton PD?
They certainly appear like they are, but I can't say definitively, but they appear to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead. You sure?
They appear to be the same solo cups, but I couldn't say definitively.
Let's go back to tab 24. And the reason you can't say definitively, Lieutenant, is because there is no label on this bag, is there?
Not on that side of it, no.
There is no property number on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
There's no evidence tape on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
Well, let's look at the other photographs. Are you, well, before we do that, are you suggesting that all of that material is on the other side of this bag?
I don't know. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you I don't know.
Okay, let's look at the next tab. Looking at it from the top, does it appear anywhere from that vantage point that there's evidence tape that's ever been put on that bag, that has ever been secured?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Well, one of the ways that you can tell that evidence tape has been put on an item is because when the evidence tape is placed on it, it's completely sealed. And if in fact that seal is ever broken, it's not torn off, it's cut, and there's initials put on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever used evidence tape before? To seal anything?
I'm sure I have. I don't recall off the top of my head.
How long have you been a detective? I'm sorry, how long were you a detective when you were a detective?
I was a detective for 11 months as a sergeant, and then I was a detective for 15 months back in 2011-12.
And in your experience, and how long have you been a police officer?
Over 24 years.
So in your 24 years of experience and over a year as a detective, you can't remember if you've ever used evidence sealing tape?
As I said, I'm sure I have. I just can't recall one off the top of my head.
If you can recall using it at all, isn't the protocol that when evidence sealing tape is used to seal an item of evidence, when it's removed, it's not torn off, it's cut, and then new sealing tape is put over it with an initial and a date, correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. That's all I have for this.
Okay, I'm going to see Councilor Tybar for just a minute, please.
Whoa.
Was that you? Did you say whoa?
I just said whoa. I said
Oh.
whoa. That's
What?
in all that time, he can't recall actually using evidence tape. Like, that's, I don't know.
Well, the blood cups being by her car, 3 days later, is a little odd, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot in this that's a little odd.
Yeah, anything found on her car now is out the door.
One would hope.
Yeah, it's not coming in.
Maybe that's what this sidebar is about, Heels.
Maybe there, I can't think of a reason.
All rise.
Okay, I'm not getting up.
It's okay. It's just for purposes.
Was the jury there? They were surely there during that. Yeah, we did, and we did cover it with another person. Look at that look on her face. Oh my God. Is she looking at that cop?
She looks a little pale.
Well, she's what? I think she was watching that cop walk out or something. She should look at the jury and just have a nice look on her face. You know, like I've always seen, not always, but a lot of times you see the defendant smile at them when they come in and leave. Runs with scissors. They don't do evidence collection voice for the voiceless. It's all done by the state crime scene people. Well, but they weren't there when that blood was connected. And Proctor had said at that point, we're not coming.
Right.
Which.
So one would think then you would want to do everything to the utmost, highest, to absolutely as protocol states, so that there couldn't be any wiggle room when it comes to that, right?
Right. Liza, your client is the only person accused of murder in the last 15 years in the fucking town. That's crazy. Crazy. Oh my God. There's going to be a technicality. Not a technicality, but this is going to raise anything that's on the car. With that blood sitting there.
That's exactly what I'm thinking, Heels. I thought the same thing. I thought, oh, all that stuff, anything with the car is all going to be out now. Like the tail light, all that stuff. They're going to throw that right out, is my thought.
Yeah. Because they said that his DNA was on one of the taillights. Well, doesn't matter now.
That not having the evidence done properly is
Right.
where, I mean, like that photograph, that's the point. Like, that's why, even if, I mean, the fact that if the state police normally does that type of evidence collection and now they're not coming, so you have to do it, one would think you would do it to the highest protocol. Therefore, you would remember when you've done it, when you've used evidence tape.
Yeah.
I guess that was my thought.
Well, it was 2 years before, and never having done that. But I mean, they've seen shooting scenes. It isn't just murder where they would have to use evidence bags, The thing about these cases that is so funny is you never know if you're going to be the big one, You never know if you're going to be the one on CNN.
Right. That's what I was just thinking. You never know when it's going to be your turn to.
Yeah. And everything is scrutinized. Yeah, I know. I understand that. But what is getting me now, why did they bring the blood from evidence where he said he put it in the Sally Port. The DNA may be clean sample, whereas those cups, well, I just want to know why they're there. I mean, even if they didn't do anything with them, why are they there and open?
And the one cup, it looked like the blood was almost dried in the bottom of it.
I thought they were on snow. I guess the snow melted.
Mm-hmm.
They can still get DNA from it. I mean, come on. They've gotten it from a rock sitting in a pond.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, DNA.
It's tough.
I guess like the chain of custody. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Like you.
Yeah.
There's no with not having evidence tape on it. Part of the evidence tape that's part of the evidence process. So you've got a chain of custody, so you know who's had their hands on it, who's touched it, why they've touched it. There's an evidence log, all of that stuff.
Right. And I want to know why Proctor carried it. If he did, this makes me think, well, he could have carried the clothes around with him for 2 weeks. But I mean, now I think maybe that could be true. What am I doing? I picked up my phone to do something. Wonder what it was.
Well, at least I'm not the only one. I've had to turn around and go back into my bedroom. Yeah, the Stop and Shop bag for the DNA. And all of it went back into the guy's truck. Went back into Lux, whatever the hell this guy's name is.
Yeah. Hey, I'm in better. Unless there's the bombshell evidence we don't know about. I think it's a wrap. I was on the jury after hearing all of that. There's my reasonable doubt. Yeah. What's her name? The female. God, why can't I remember her name? Emily, the lawyer.
Emily D. Baker.
Yes. She was like, when she saw the cups, she was like, what? What the fuck is this? Oh my God. I mean, it's crazy. And I can usually, figure out something that makes sense. I can't make any sense of it. Runs with scissor. The defense would need to prove contamination. Yeah.
Reasonable doubt.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all they can do. They're going to have to, though, still go through her words, which were all over the place. Even if she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Well, why would you think you would hit him? You said you let him off and saw him go to the door. Why would you hit him? Why would you think that? And then telling Cherry Roberts before they ever even left, is he dead? Could a snowplow have killed him or hit him? I mean, I'd be calling the hospitals. I'd be going knocking on the door. Hey, Spudler.
Well, it also goes to a small town and you can, cover the distance in the area very quickly.
Right. So if they had done zero collection, would they be better off? Or damned if they did or damned if they didn't? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they, at the very least, should have had the car there until CERT and the Norfolk troopers showed up.
Well, and let's not forget, this is what a good defense attorney is paid to do, right?
Absolutely.
Are there to shoot holes in every ounce of, to get their defendant off. Doesn't mean that she's innocent.
No.
It just means the attorney did their job the right way, correct?
I've seen one verdict because not guilty doesn't mean innocent. It just means they couldn't prove their case. But there was a Chris McDonough, those kids that he railroaded, or the one kid
Yeah.
that the false confession. Anyway, that judge said they are factually innocent. You don't hear that much. It's not guilty, or most of the time it's not guilty. And he said they are factually innocent. Can you imagine how scared that kid was? The trauma of his sister being found stabbed to death. And Chris McDonough, oh, pig. He should have all his cases looked at. What made her think John would be in the same area? She knew where to look. And if he was on his face, even, because I'm thinking your face would show up before anything else, you know? But he wasn't. What is that?
Jim.
I mean, I think she did him. I don't know if I'm married to murder, but I think.
Man, that is a tiny courtroom.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, we're bringing them over? Yes, please.
I want her microphone. Fine. When the state came to collect the evidence. Is that what they were doing?
Please, please.
The bag should still be sealed. Yeah, yeah. Okay. That's the father of John. That's his mother. I don't know who she is. Maybe, I don't know. That man, I feel so bad for him.
Rise for the jury.
That whispering and giggling and whatever.
My God, they need to fix their background audio.
Look at her. That Elizabeth, the other female with him, has been with him long.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Get it, Jackson.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have at this time.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, sir, with regard to incident you were asked about from August of 2002, can you explain in your own words what happened?
So I had left the establishment, Centerfields is what it was called at the time, and the owner had asked me if I could drive a patron home who had too much to drink, so I obliged. Walked across the street to the parking lot, got in my truck with the patron, and as I was pulling out, that's when Mr. Albert approached my truck and told me how he had been in an altercation earlier in the evening with Mark Lopalato, and that Mark had made threats towards him and his family, that he was going to harm his family, They had a young child at the time. Mr. Albert was concerned and asking me what he should do. Excuse me. As I was telling him what I think he should do, he said something to the effect of, "Oh no, here they come." And I observed multiple men walking down the sidewalk in our direction. At this point, I got out of my truck, approached the group, and pleaded with them. I said, "Guys, not tonight. He's by himself. He's with his wife, girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight." And I did my best to diffuse the situation, but they weren't having it. They made several attempts to push past me. Ultimately, a wrestling match ensued. Mr. Lepalato at one point said, "I know who you are. I don't give a fuck," and asked me what I was going to do about it. A wrestling match ensued. I was punched. And at that point, I defended myself and did engage in a physical altercation with Mark.
Now, you were asked about sort of timing of reports. You didn't write a report until a couple days later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
I had spoken to the shift supervisor that night, and I asked him if he wanted me to return and generate a report at that point. And he advised me that I could do it the next time I was at work, which was a couple of days later.
And as far as the police responding to that parking lot that night, how were they notified if you know?
I had yelled across the street when the group was trying to push its way past me. I yelled across the street to the bartender, and the owner had made their way, excuse me, out onto the sidewalk street area. I yelled across the street, and I said, call the police, and they ultimately called 911.
Now, what, if any, relevance or factor did any of that have in your minds in regard to your response and interviews or anything that you did on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely nothing.
And in fact, that involved Christopher Albert in 2002, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you were at Brian Albert's residence in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, just because their last name is Albert, they're separate people. You have separate relationships with each of those persons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you grew up in the town, you work in the town. Fair to say you go to calls regarding people that you know,
Yes.
whether that be witnesses, people that you arrest, any of the like, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the questions that you were asked about Mr. O'Keefe, just to be clear, you never laid eyes on Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point in time on January 29th or thereafter, correct?
No, I didn't.
You were asked some questions about on the cruiser cam video, whether you were on the phone. You indicated that you could make an educated guess as to who you were on the phone with. Who would that be?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And so at the time that you're on the phone from that video, Lieutenant Gallagher was not on scene yet, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the weather on that day, talk a bit about sort of the weather as you were on scene. During the time that you were on scene, did it essentially persist in the same manner?
Yes.
And then later on that day, what, if any, change occurred with regard to the weather?
As I recall, while we were there, it stayed the same. If anything, it might have gotten even worse.
And from your memory of that day, did that continue throughout the course of the day while you were working?
Yes.
Now, with regard to in the house at 34 Fairview Road, each of those occasions, if you could, with respect to the 3 occasions that you went inside the house to speak to people, where were those people within the house?
The first time I went in, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert were located, I believe, on the stairs or sitting possibly at some point on the stairs. Jen McCabe was to my right. The second time I went back in, excuse me, was also through the front door. And it was the same positioning, except this time Matt McCabe was present, and Matt was also to my right.
And then on the third occasion, when yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher came back to speak to Mr. McCabe further.
We went in through the door to the right, so it's to the right of the main door. We went in through that door and stayed in like the dining kitchen area, and that's where I spoke with Jennifer.
And that third time that you went back and you spoke with Jennifer, where was Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, any of those parties that were there before? You know.
They were present. I actually don't recall if Matthew McCabe was there the third time. Brian and Nicole were definitely there. I believe they were in the general vicinity, but I couldn't tell you exactly where they were.
And same thing when you went back on that third occasion, what, if anything, did you note as far as the interior of the house, anything askew, anything out of place?
No, everything looked to be in order.
Nothing further on.
May we approach very briefly?
Yes.
Sorry, I had to take a phone call. I'm back now. That guy's button looks like it's about to pop.
I was on mute again. What guy? That one?
The one in the blue. Look, that bottom button looks, yeah, it's the bottom one, when his hands were open a minute ago.
Yeah.
That bottom button looks very forced.
Yeah. I hate button-up shirts. I hate them.
Me too.
Not for that reason. I just don't like the way they feel. Sheila, no. Step back. No. Oh my God, she just ignores me.
Oh yeah, mine just totally just does what he wants.
Yeah, she looks back at me like, you gonna do something? Look at her hair. Looks like she's losing it up there. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I was just thinking that too. I was thinking, well, my hair does that where I've got a couple of scars in my head, but
Oh, maybe. Yeah, because she had brain surgery, I think.
yeah, I've got a couple of scars in my head, for one from a car accident, and like, if we don't get my part just right, you can see it all the way from my widow's peak back.
I bet that's what it was. Okay.
I'm sorry. I just noticed that button when I set my phone down and I looked up. I just saw that button over her shoulder, and I was like, "Dang! It looks like it's really like any minute." Like thread, do not fail me now.
And that's John's brother.
So I plugged my computer in, so we're gonna cross our fingers that it continues to charge and does its thing, because sometimes it doesn't like to charge when I'm on StreamYard and I've got it plugged in, but I've got it on its cooling pad. So I'm really into this with you. So
Okay.
I'm gonna just pull up my other laptop and start working on my Cricut stuff. So I'm here to stay if you're willing to
Yeah.
have me.
I think it's going to be half a day today.
Okay, well that's cool. I'll stay as long as.
Okay, you're more than welcome.
It's not even noon here, Heels. It's like 11:15.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Very briefly, Lieutenant Lank, you indicated that you claimed in your description that you were assaulted by the local leader brothers, correct?
Yes.
The fact is, they were never convicted of anything having to do with this case, the case that you're describing. Is that true?
Correct.
You also indicated that they made either a threatening comment to you or a disparaging comment to you about, I don't give a fuck, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that what was actually said was you said to them, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to make your life miserable?
No.
All of this incident was in furtherance of you protecting a member of the Albert family when they asked for your help, correct?
No, it was me protecting someone who asked for my help, who was clearly in fear.
Who happened to be in Albert.
Happened to be in Albert.
Thank you.
All right, you are all set.
Thank you.
Lieutenant, you're all set, sir. Let's try and get some testimony from one more witness.
Yes.
And jurors, we will break right at 1, but let's see if we can get more testimony, please. Who's your next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Lieutenant Charles Ray.
Okay.
Don't know him. Never heard of him. You have amazing hair, voices. That's what trauma.
Oh, wait till I show you what happened. It's not so amazing right now. I'm pretty pissed.
Right up.
You solemnly swear the image gives the court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I do. Thank you.
The number of these. Good. Yeah.
41.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Charles Ray, R-A-E.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Approximately 25 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton Police?
I'm a lieutenant.
And how long have you had the rank of lieutenant with the Canton Police?
I've been a lieutenant for about 9 years.
And what, if any, sort of specialized duties or assignments do you have within the Canton Police Department?
Day to day, I'm going to be a patrol shift commander. Some ancillary duties include overseeing the family services unit, which includes juvenile services, school resource officers, sexual assault investigations, and special populations.
And if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022, were you working that day?
I came in to work the day shift about 7:30 a.m.
And what is the day shift of the Canton Police?
7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m.
And when you arrived that day at the department, what if anything was sort of going on at the department that day when you arrived?
Well, there was a well forecasted snowstorm. It was in the early stages. So when I came in, there was a lot of, as there usually is at shift change, a lot of comings and goings, people leaving the shift, people coming onto the shift. And it was a busy dispatch area at that time.
And at some point after you arrived at work, were you made aware of a call that your department had dispatched to shortly after 6 a.m. on that day?
Correct.
And so just in general terms, what was it that you learned about that call?
The outgoing shift sergeant, when he returned, usually there's a roll call. I believe that day, I don't recall there being a roll call, but there was an exchange of information as there typically is in the dispatch area. And I was advised that there was an unresponsive man found in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that outgoing shift supervisor was who?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if any, information were you given as far as the unresponsive man?
That he was a Boston police officer, and he was found at 34 Fairview Road.
Let me ask you this. At some point, did you learn what his name was?
Yes, Mr.
And who did you learn?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And were you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe?
I had never met him before, no.
At some point, did you become aware of where he lived?
Yes.
And from what you had learned from Sergeant Goods, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe being transported from the scene to the hospital, who, if anyone else, was transported from the scene to the hospital?
I was advised that his girlfriend was on the scene as well, and she was subsequently transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, the same hospital that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to.
And at some point over the course of that morning, did you become aware of any children that Mr. O'Keefe was responsible for as far as the legal guardianship?
Yes, I was made aware that he was the guardian of two young children that may or may not be at the house at that time unattended, given the fact that both he and his girlfriend were transported.
Based on that information, what, if anything, did you decide?
I'm not sure if it was a suggestion of the former chief or if it was just something that organically developed, but it seemed like the right thing to do a well-being check on the children at One Meadows Ave, which was Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And just with respect to the former chief specifically, who are you talking about?
Ken Berkowitz.
And a well-being check, if you could describe to the jury, so what is involved in that and what is it entail?
So this is where we're going to see the car with the taillight sitting in the driveway.
As it applies to this situation?
As it applies to this situation, we believe that there may be two young unattended children, and knowing that both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed wouldn't be returning to the house anytime soon, we wanted to check on them so that if they woke up and wonder where everybody was and need some assistance, that perhaps we could provide that and help locate other loved ones or bring them to the police station if we had to, just to kind of provide some sort of comforting presence. And within the Canton Police Department, is there a specific cruiser that's allocated for sort of the shift supervisor? Yes, 682.
And is that the cruiser that you used to go to One Meadows Ave?
We did.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with?
Sergeant Lehan and he was the incoming sergeant.
And what, if any, role does Sergeant Lehan have with regard to the department? Specific role? Now he's a detective sergeant and prosecutor. At that time, he was a shift sergeant. And so the 682 cruiser that you were driving, are you aware that that has a cruiser camera fixed to it? Correct. Have you had occasion to review that footage from that particular cruiser on that particular morning? I have now, yes. Your Honor, if I could ask to publish for the jury a portion of Exhibit 41. Okay. Gilman, if I could have that on the screen, if I could ask Ms. Gilman if you could fast forward to 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 53 seconds. And what's up on the screen right now, Lieutenant, do you recognize what that is?
That'd be the interior of Sally Port Door 3, which is where the 682 would have been parked.
And then from there is where you drove from that position to One Meadows, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run for about a minute.
They ended up with 21 inches of snow.
So I gotta say, boy, that looks like a good old Wyoming snowstorm. It happens to us on the regular. I get it. Wow, that's their police station. It looks like a historic.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes and 25 seconds. If you could play it from there.
Very historic area.
Look at how slow he's having to drive.
Gilman, if you could pause it there. What's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
One Meadows Ave.
And sort of toward the middle of the screen, is that sort of a front door to the home? Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
The door that you went to, is that the door, or did you go to a different door? If you know.
I don't remember which door we went to.
Now, with respect to this home, had you ever been there before?
No.
Subsequent to this, did you come to learn also that the residents of One Meadows Ave had cameras of its own?
Yes.
Have you seen camera footage from both the driveway and the front door from the residents from that morning when you were there?
Yes.
Now, as far as a well-being check, if you could just sort of physically describe to the jury, what is it that you're doing with regard to a well-being check when you come to a house like this?
We're going to check to see if there's anybody there, which is typically the case. And we're going to go knock on doors and see if there's any activity of anybody at the home.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play. If you can pause it there, Ms. Gilman. Now, so it appears from this you pull into the driveway at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a vehicle directly in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say from what's depicted up on the screen, was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time when you came in there at approximately 8:23 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or you look around the house? What is it that you do on a well-being?
You would go to the front door or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. you take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No.
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
Sure looks different, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was muted. It's right here. See that
That
light?
individual just
One
sort of
side
walked
is
across
white,
front
the
of
other
you. Did you
side is
recognize
red.
that?
Yes,
And who was that?
that was me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how. Maybe we approach.
Okay.
It's like, all right, whatever. No, is that Paul? Yeah.
Lieutenant, we're gonna need you back tomorrow. We're going to break for today.
He's standing
So,
right now.
Sure, that's it. You can stay just.
Right?
That's it for today. We've asked those same 3, or I give you those same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning. So report at 8:30.
Sure, if you got anything, you don't put it on your kids and taking all your activities.
What? What's that?
Sure, follow me.
That was a quick smile.
Yes. No, that's it for today. We're good. Thank you. All right, you don't need me for anything, right?
No, I do not, Your Honor.
All rise, please.
Okay. What the hell? Yeah, I wanted to look at this again. That blood by the car.
The area right down here on the right, bottom
Sure.
right. See that white rag?
I do.
Or what?
Lieutenant, if you take a quick, a close look at that
Can you
rag,
tell me what's playing?
I'm going to ask you to identify.
I don't,
You see
I
it?
can't
Can you hear it?
video. I think
I
it's
see it
the,
on that screen.
No, it's not that
what
one.
it's what you got on the screen. Emily Baker's reacting to what it.
God.
Okay, that's what I meant to
You've
have on.
got to be joking me. Emily, keep watching.
Taking a look at what's been marked as evidence item 39. You recognize what's in the middle of the photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
Look at that.
You see on the top of the photograph, same rag
I do.
with the same markings.
Yes.
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV. In this photograph.
They are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes.
Unreal.
So the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck. Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
I agree.
Do you think
Okay,
that's?
it's not yes or no, but for your
But it is yes or no. This is how cross-examination works.
purposes, I would say yes.
And in fact, could even be worse. For instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition. Lieutenant, if somebody was so inclined, that situation could provide an opportunity for evidence tampering, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, okay. But it would depend on what they found that night, because they wouldn't put the tail pieces back onto the car. So if it was something that was on there on the 29th, I don't know. You know, there's no.
Right? Like, oh man, and where is IAE in all of this? Where's internal affairs? Why wasn't internal affairs from the get-go?
Internal. Okay, so there was a federal investigation going on at the same time as they were investigating.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so, but they were investigating. Everybody says they were investigating the investigators. No, they were investigating the investigation. Like, were they doing this right? Because
Well, that's IAB, that's the Internal Affairs Bureau, and they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. They were
No,
investigating.
it was the FBI. It was the FBI. Internal Affairs. Internal Affairs is Proctor, the lead investigator, is being investigated.
Okay, so they've even gone one up from there then. So they're doing their due diligence. How did anybody think
But
this is
it's
conspiracy?
so weird. I've never ever seen a case where the FBI and the state without the FBI, if it's a weird cop, any kind of law enforcement, if it's questionable, they can come in without being asked. But it was just weird because the defense was getting information from them. And then the information they were giving to Karen. Of course, she is allowed to see whatever they need. To Turtle Boy. All the witnesses from the state grand jury, she had all of that. And in fact, a woman that had just been on the grand jury that day went and had dinner with her. There's nothing that makes
Again, small towns, baby, small towns.
Well, small towns and a attorney general who is temporary because someone was asked to step down. So he's running for that office. He wants to be permanent, right? And he's the one that started the investigation into the investigation. But nothing came of it. I mean, nothing really came of it except Proctor is being investigated.
Honey, the only thing I go back to is small towns. This kind of stuff happens all over in my state. My state has a total of 500,000 people. I mean, we're made up of 99 tiny little cities, tiny little
And they
towns.
only have 24,000.
I grew up in a town of 1,200.
Yeah, I grew up in a really small town.
Like, I mean, this kind of stuff happens. Hell,
I've never heard it happen. Not at the same time. It's like they were doing.
Don't you think that one might have triggered the other?
Huh?
Don't you think? One was ongoing when the other happened, or one happened and it triggered the other?
The defense went into the attorney general's office and said, "We think there's corruption. We think the people in that house are the ones that killed him and threw him out in the yard." So what the FBI, it was a review, but so they reviewed the case, but everybody kept saying, "Oh, they're investigating and the DA is the target and this person is the target." They didn't have targets. They even said there was no target. So
They were
They
just
were
going
really-
in and seeing what the F was
yeah,
going
that's all
on.
they were doing. And they did
That's
have
all-
a grand
it
jury.
was like almost like an audit that happened, hey,
Yeah.
like, we think,
But I just haven't seen where they're crossing. Like Yannetti would stand up because he's a fucking liar, stood up and said, the Attorney General kind of said in good conscience he couldn't take Miss Reed to trial or something like that. And he never said that. But he puts it out there that even the Attorney General does. Now, I've seen the Kendrick Johnson case was crazy with all the different law enforcement that were investigating. It was nuts. So I do get that happens, but during a trial, it was weird. He's up there giving the defenses.
maybe it was the most opportune time to do it.
Well, you let the state do their case. It's their case. It's not the FBI's case. It's their case. But the FBI were doing a review. I get that. But the defense kept bringing in the FBI got their own expert, and they said those are dog bites. The FBI had their expert, and they said you lied about dying in the snow or whatever. The FBI said the car didn't hit her, or he wasn't hit by a car.
So it's the old he said game. They said.
But it's supposed to be make more. But it shouldn't be in this trial. This is a trial that the judge is over. But all that stuff is coming in. Like she told them they can't bring. I don't remember what she said. They couldn't bring in from the federal investigation. I've just never seen it. I've seen it afterwards. Like they would review a case, but not during, because they really can't do anything about it.
You know what I don't like is when she says sustained, she doesn't say why she's sustaining it. Right?
They don't say why they're objecting.
Right. Well, and that's the other part. Like they're not giving like the grounds. And so it makes you wonder, like
He probably knows the ground. I mean, you know what I mean?
And I get they do, but we don't.
Yeah. Yeah, that was her rule. And I think because she has Jackson and Yannetti that will go on for days. A talking objection. A speaking objection. I want to see what else is going on here. Since we're here, see what Grant found out today. He must not have been
Can we
there.
zoom in on the car? Go back to the car. Back to the car.
Why?
Boom.
I can't zoom. You tell me how to zoom and I'll be glad to zoom.
Well, on my computer, and I have a Windows, when you'd have to go back to the court TV thing and you'd have to pull it up onto that like right at the end where you can do that. And then when I just take on my mouse pad and I spread my fingers apart and it zooms in on my screen.
Yeah, I can do that if I'm not using my keyboard. This is fucking photoshopped. And look how he cuts off the end here, because she has one leg. One leg. That's a Photoshop.
So that explains why the brother gave such a dirty look to her and glared at her, because the taillight is already gone in that photo. I mean, when we were looking at it, you could clearly see that one side was white and one side was red.
Right.
So that really explains, because like the brother was leaning forward and looking and looking and looking, and then he like it clicked and he just turned and he just gave her like the death stare. Oh, Rowena's backstage.
Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. My girl. Hey, Rowena. Hello.
Rowena. Peen screen, heels, peen screen.
What?
Peen, put up a peen screen just in case. It might be her. It's probably her, but just in case to be safe, because she hasn't
Okay,
said
well,
anything.
you think I'm fast or something. I appreciate you thinking that.
Okay. That's okay,
There we
Lovey. There we go. You did it. Just to be safe.
Okay.
Rowena?
Not let me get in there, asshole. Put a fork in her. Yeah, you're right about that picture. I wish I could find
No,
it again.
can't hear you, Rowena.
Rowena, come back up.
Be right back, she said.
Okay. So Carrie, a girl that I'm in DMs with, she did a kind of a close up, whatever, and you
Okay,
can
so
definitely tell that.
we got to drop the screen now.
Well, Rowena, are you going to talk to him? Hello.
Hi, can you hear
Okay.
me now?
Now we hear you.
Okay, good. Technology, it sucks today. It feels like
It
Monday. Sorry. Hey, y'all. Look,
Yeah.
when, yes, I zoomed in. I had it zoomed, but
Yep.
it was so interesting to watch Paul and the gentleman to his left lean forward and look at that picture. And then the other gentleman leaned back.
Yeah.
And Paul like kind of pushed himself off that thing, and if looks could kill, lightning would have struck her right then.
Yeah.
It was.
See, that's the
Ooh,
shit that's going to take her down.
yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Well,
look.
so I take that and I still go back to that the first attorney and the father on the steps and him saying it was all an accident. Like, this is bad.
Okay, see this picture?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't zoom. Oh, goody. Did I zoom?
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Heck yeah, you did. And then it went away.
Okay, so I'm going to zoom. Zoom over here. Okay. Please. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay. Anyway, can you see her one leg?
Well,
Are you
yeah,
Everybody's got two legs.
it's
Yeah.
it's imperfect. Oh no, it's gone.
There's no leg. I mean, I
Where?
looked and looked and looked and looked and looked. That looks like, I don't know what that is, but
I mean, unless it's because of the angle, and look at how everybody else has their ankles crossed.
yeah, but she doesn't, and there's no shoe. There's no shoe anywhere. I mean, I looked and looked and looked and looked. And then this one, if you get close up, what's between her legs?
A knee.
You see? No, look, there's something that goes like that.
Oh, there's that funky black. Look, it goes up above two heels.
Yeah. But the leg kills me. And this is one. This is from the baby shower. I don't know what.
I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
know.
I'm just looking to see what that is. But
Did Grant say? My Twitter's messed up. Did Grant say anything about the jury? I know yesterday when they left, they wouldn't even look at Karen. But did they see Paul? Did they look over at her today? Did they see Paul's reaction? Because they're watching they're watching her and the family like hawks.
yeah, I don't know.
I didn't know if Grant said or not. I didn't know. Yeah, that tail light boy when he pulled up, it's like when he was just going there to check on the kids, So I mean I guess he'll be harassed too
What, Rowena? I'm not even eating chocolate today, and I don't know what you just said.
Oh, am I messed up?
I don't know. I was trying to follow something about Paul. They were looking at. Are you talking about the jury looking at Paul?
Yeah, I was talking about the jury. Did the jury? Because
The
the jury was still there.
Yeah.
When Paul leaned over, looked at that
Oh, to
picture,
look at the
and
car.
then looked back, and I was wondering if the jury saw him do that.
Oh, I'm sure.
If Grant said
I
that
think
the
that
jury,
was when they.
yesterday they
isn't that-
didn't look.
Isn't that when they called the sidebar heel, Rowena?
No, that was right before that was right. Well, they were doing the sidebar, and then she was standing up basically dismissing the jury, saying, it was the end of the day, giving them their instructions. But I didn't know if Grant said, my Twitter's messed up, so I can't go look at Grant. But I didn't know if he said what.
We need to go look. So go look at Grant's Twitter and see what Grant says because Grant's reporting on what the jury's saying. So can we look at Grant's Twitter heels?
I just did, and he wasn't.
She just did. I just didn't know.
I didn't see anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let me write his name up in here. In my slow way.
I don't know, man. That look, and you have to think too. Paul was one of the ones that thought that she was innocent at first, and then changed his mind as things came out. So.
Oh, he was thinking she was innocent at first?
I thought so. Not that, what they're saying happened, but, maybe it was just an accident or.
Okay, who is this? That's Grant. Seems very juvenile and also possibly just, just somebody else that posted this.
Okay.
That he's distracting. Well, that is a lot,
Yeah.
Like, tell me who you are with your stickers. The people call Stormy Daniels. Has that happened yet? The Stormy Daniels Trump thing?
I don't
know. Supposed to happen today.
Oh,
Yeah.
today. The wasting of jurors' time, treasure. Okay. Robert, no, nothing since.
Okay. Well, maybe he won a little bit. I like to hear him talk about the jury, because you can read the jury just like they can read people, we can read them, and we can't see them. So, and I know that he can wild out a little bit too,
Yeah.
But it to me, it's just real interesting. Yesterday when the jury couldn't even look at her, excuse me, that's not a good thing.
When they couldn't even look at her?
Yeah.
What did I just put in there? Yellow
When they go, now they might have watched her during the trial, but when you get up to leave and you can't look and you don't look at somebody, that's not a good thing. That's not good for her. Now they'll watch her during the actual, like, what are her reactions to this witness? Sorry, I swallowed wrong. My sweet tea went down the wrong pipe this morning.
Sweet tea?
Who put a stick in your sweet tea?
I know, multiple people. It's full of sticks.
I'm going to look at this, and y'all might be able to see it. Where are the police interviews on? Can you see this?
Yeah, but it's so small and I'm on my phone.
You're going to have to make it much bigger, heels. Oh, there we go. I can read that now.
Yeah, but I can't move it now.
When is Jennifer going to be called?
Okay, we won't do that.
I see one interview. It says Trooper Kathleen Prince, Jennifer McCabe interview.
Yeah.
It's 2 above the square that's in blue right now.
Right. It's right underneath Commonwealth.
That's Nicole Albert, Ryan Nagel, Chris and Julie.
There's the interview of Chris and Julie. There's the interview of Nicole.
I was looking. Oh, here it is, Sergeant. Because never mind. This thing is so hard for me to navigate on here.
No
like,
worries.
where's the bottom thing, the scroll bar? I don't see one.
Well, it's because you're zoomed in right now, honey. Because you made it bigger for us. So if you zoomed out, you'd be able to see it all.
So Nicole Albert, Buchnick, that was on the February 3rd.
Yeah, see where it says
I can't go
Kathleen Prince. Where it says Kathleen Prince and it says Jen McCabe.
Yeah, I see all that.
Okay.
Is this over here?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go up.
Yeah, I wanted to see the one with Julie Albert, Chris and Julie.
Okay.
No, Nicole Albert. Okay, that should have been the first day. It says February 23rd.
No, it says February 3rd.
Oh, look right here, February 23rd.
Or maybe that was the day it was typed up.
See, February 23rd. On February 3rd. Oh, so they take their time, don't they?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's 20 days. So that's only what, 12 business days? They probably have 15 business days to get everything typed from the day it was put in. That's only because you can't count weekends. That's Monday through Friday. So that's
Okay,
only
they've already arrested her. Like they're doing this.
But
She
that
was arrested on the 4th and charged with manslaughter.
okay. So February 3rd was the interview with them, was the interview with Nicole Albert. February 10th, let's see, February 7th would have been post her arrest. That's Ryan Nagel's interview. February 10th would have been interview of Chris and Julie Albert. So they were interviewed after she was arrested.
Right. February 2nd, order pretrial.
That was the release.
The original report. That'll be good to read. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I love I can make it bigger. I love making things bigger. Shut up, Rowena. Okay. Hey, this is from Sergeant Good. He's been on, right? Yesterday, I think.
He was
Yeah.
definitely on the camera this morning.
Yeah.
Okay. This was the day of 8/24 and whatever. Okay. At the residence, 32 Fairview, which is wrong. 34.
We're not seeing that. We're still on the page where you clicked on original report. We're not seeing what you're. There we go. Now we're
There we
seeing
go.
it.
There we got it.
And I haven't had breakfast yet. So, okay. I mean, that's no excuse. John O'Keefe, they got the wrong address here. 32, 34. One Meadows, that's John. Oh, that was John's house. I was thinking it was hers. Okay.
Look. Taken to Good Samaritan, taken by Canton Fire Department.
Right. That's
Good
John.
Samaritan Hospital. That's the report of where he was taken to. Sorry, never mind.
Yeah. By the fire department. On 129 at 6:08. What? Okay. All right. Then it lists Jennifer McCabe, where all the contact stuff. Brian Higgins. I can't wait until he.
Yeah, me too.
Did he give a statement? I don't remember seeing. If he did, it was really short.
Yeah.
Okay. And then at first it's going to go through. They went to the bar. Everybody was happy. All will be referenced by their first name. Jennifer explained that they arrived at the address because it was, oh, okay. Let's go here. On the scene, the victim was already in the back of the ambulance and CPR was in progress. I was met by McCabe, Jennifer Roberts. Can you read this, voices?
Yes, ma'am. It said, once on the scene, the victim was already in the back of the ambulance and CPR was in progress. I was met by McCabe, Roberts, and Reed standing outside of the ambulance. All parties will be referenced by their first names going forward. Jennifer introduced herself to me and was explained that they found their friend O'Keefe lying unresponsive on his back in the snow. Jennifer explained.
Hey, that's wrong. It's
We
wrong.
learned otherwise today, correct. Jennifer explained that they arrived at this address because it was the last place Karen, John's girlfriend, believed he would be. That's odd. Okay. Jennifer stated that she had gotten a call from Karen around 4:53 a.m. inquiring about John's whereabouts. She told Karen she didn't know where he was. I asked Jennifer why she would think you would know where she was. Jennifer explained that the group of them had hung out at the Waterfall Grill and Bar in Canton earlier that night. At around 12 a.m., Jennifer and her husband left the bar, headed to her brother-in-law Brian Albert's house, 34 Fairview Road. Jennifer stated Karen and John were at the bar, and around 12 a.m., John texted Jennifer asking where they were going. Jennifer invited them to 34 Fairview Road. A short time later, Jennifer said she saw Karen and John pull up in their car and saw the passenger door open, but they never came in and saw
the
car drive off.
Yep. When, what's his name, Nagel, saw the overhead light on, I believe John was getting out of the car.
Yep, I do too.
Yeah. And Jennifer and Carrie knew each other for a while, but Karen didn't know Carrie at all, which was weird that she called her.
Okay. Jennifer thought that they changed their mind and went home for the night. Number 3. I walked over to Karen and asked her who she was and how she ended up here. I also placed Karen in the back of my marked cruiser, number 682, to warm up. Karen was hysterical and continually yelling, "Is he dead?" I kept reassuring her that Canton Fire was doing everything that they can to save his life. I asked how John ended up there, and she stated, "I don't know." I asked her if she drove here last night, and she stated, "I think so." And then I can't remember. At this point, I stopped asking her questions because she was too upset and she was unable to keep her train of thought. Ugh. And number 4, at this time, Detective Sergeant Lank, who was just on the stand this morning, arrived on scene and briefed him on what had transpired so far. So at the time that Lank arrived, Karen was in the back of cruiser 682 to warm up.
Yeah.
I then spoke to Carrie, who stated she was contacted by her friend Karen around 5 a.m., wondering if she knew where John was. So this report was taken at this was started at 6:08. Because that's what time it said at the top of this, right?
Right.
So at this point, and we heard Lank's testimony this morning. So at this time, Detective Sergeant Lank arrived on scene. So Karen started calling people at 5. Lank, this started at 6:08.
Right.
So like an hour transpired.
Before what?
Before cops arrived. From when he was found till cops arrived?
Well, he was found like at 6.
Okay, so this is 8 minutes after.
Where are you? I can't figure out where you are. On number 5?
Well, I'm still in the middle of reading number 4. I was just trying to figure this out in my mind. So Karen at like I'm backing up and trying to get this all straight in my mind. So Karen started making phone calls to Carrie at 5 a.m., right?
Right. She called Jen. Well, she had her niece, or John's niece, call Jennifer.
Okay. That's what I was
thinking. I think.
And then to
maybe
Carrie,
it was Jennifer that called Carrie.
Because it says, then I spoke to Carrie, who stated she was contacted by her friend Karen around 5 a.m. I always thought it was the niece that called Carrie, but okay. Okay. All right. Here we go. Carrie stated that she called a few hospitals in the Canton police to see if he had been transported at some point. Then Carrie picked up Jennifer and Karen, and they began searching for John, ending up here at 34 Fairview.
Yeah, they went back to the house, left Karen's car there because they said she was in no shape to drive, although she'd been driving around before that.
With a broken taillight at that.
Huh?
With a broken taillight.
Oh, yeah. And she told them all about the taillight, but it'll say that here somewhere.
Okay. So Canton, I'm on number 5. Canton
Right.
Fire began to transport the victim to Good Samaritan, and Karen, who was now sitting in Carrie's car, began to act out, yelling and screaming, "Is he dead?" and trying to get out of the car and walk
Why?
away.
Why would she be saying that? Like, he didn't come home. Maybe he was drunk and fell asleep at that house that you said you dropped him off at. Let's go knock on the door.
Well, I think she's saying, "Is he dead?" because they just rolled up and found him in the snow.
No, this was when they were on their way.
No.
They hadn't gotten there yet.
No, it says Canton Fire began to transport the
Oh,
victim.
okay. I'm sorry. Because whose is this? Because she says, "Did I hit him? Could I have hit him?"
Well, we're not to that yet. We don't know that yet. We don't know that yet because this is, let's see, and trying to get out of the car. At
Oh, I
this
thought this was
time, I
before.
advised Carrie to take Karen home, that she was
Right.
not needed anymore. Moments later, I was contacted by dispatch that Karen is making self-harm statements to her father over the phone. I made the decision to have Carrie bring Karen back to the scene and had her transported to the hospital via Section 12.
And then that's when Lank, the one that was up there today, contacted the homeowners.
Yep. To complete a supplemental report. I spoke
to
to
Sharaf.
Officer Sarif and asked him what he observed first arriving on the scene. Sarif stated he saw a woman, Karen, attempting CPR on the victim in the snow. Sarif stated Karen had blood around her mouth, which he believed was from the victim's mouth and nose area. Sarif explained seconds later, Canton Fire arrived on scene and took over medical care, and moments after I arrived. Okay, scroll down.
Saying it's still the same one.
That's a supplemental.
Unresponsive.
Here we go. Following that read, Karen kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She was severely distraught, not able to tell me what happened. I tried to console her, keep her out of the inclement weather, had to sit in one of the cars. Sergeant Good arrived and spoke with started speaking to the parties that were there. Okay. So what does that say at the top? I can't read the top of it.
It's still supplement. This is Stephen Mullaney.
Okay. So this is going to be what Stephen Mullaney then witnessed. Do you want me to read this?
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay. Awesome. Officer Mullaney was assigned to patrol in the East Sector at approximately 6:05 a.m. Officer Sarif and I were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road, report of an unresponsive party. Upon my arrival, Canton Fire Department was arriving on the scene. Officer Sarif had already been on scene. When I exited my cruiser, I observed a female party attempting CPR on the victim in the snow. As I approached the victim, Canton Fire began CPR. I assisted Canton Fire with lifting the victim onto the stretcher. The victim was taken by stretcher to the ambulance. All right. At this time, Sarif asked me to assist in getting witness information. I spoke with McCabe, Jennifer McCabe. I asked McCabe who the victim was. She identified him as O'Keefe. McCabe then explained to me that a group of people had gone out to Waterfall Grill and Bar in Canton Center earlier that night, stated that she and her husband were at the bar. Okay, so I don't see any. Told me she had called by Reed approximately 5 a.m., wondering if she knew where John was. Sergeant Good arrived on the scene, and the victim was transported to Good Samaritan shortly thereafter. Okay.
Okay, so that number 4, that's all block blow. While talking to McCabe, Reed was hysterical and distraught and repeatedly screamed, "Is he dead? That's my boyfriend."
Oh, okay.
Reed told the other one it was her husband. So anyway, it was her dad who alerted them that she was threatening to unalive herself. For the last
wait, no. It was back to that other statement that we just read. She was on the phone to her father, and it was Carrie Roberts that told it to Lank Go back up to the
Right,
no,
but it was her father that was telling them that she was, you know what I mean? It was
no.
her.
It says Canton Fire began to Karen, who is now sitting in Carrie's car, began to act out and trying to get out of the car and walk around. This time, I advised Carrie to take Karen home. Moments later, I was contacted by dispatch. Oh, that Karen was making.
Yeah, suicidal statements to her father over the phone. Because her father called dispatch. Yeah. So they've been trying to say, oh, they set her up. Good was calling for a Section 12 before she
No.
left.
Nope.
Nope.
Good did the right thing by saying get her a Section 12 or Lank did. He said, I made the decision to have Carrie bring Karen back to the scene and had her transported to the hospital via Section 12.
But when she told Saraf, what she telling him? I hit him. He's dead or something. I mean, it was like a confession. She said more than just I hit him.
Well, and that lines up the heels. Now, if we take that all the way back to the whole thing that I've been sticky about the, what was originally said, that lines up with that. And her father saying it was just an accident.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, her lawyer said it was just an accident. Can you see a new one now? The Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Well, her father in the interview on the porch. I'm sorry, say that again.
Can you see what I have on the?
Yep. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at you go, girl. So you'll always
I
go this
know. Crazy.
Okay. So what is this one? I'm going to need you to go just a little bit larger. So this is to Detective
Tully.
Brian Tully. Perfect. Tully from Kathleen Price. Trooper.
Prince. Trooper Prince.
Oh, Prince. Sorry, Prince.
Okay, so this is interviewing Jennifer on.
So Kathleen Prince interviewed Jennifer on.
Where's the date? I know they. It was
February 1st.
Here you go.
All right. February 1st, 2022, I, along with Trooper Connor Keefe, went to 12 County. Okay, so Ms. McCabe stated that on Friday, January 28th, 2022, she and her husband, Matt McCabe, had been at the waterfall in Canton. Jen said that John and Karen came into the waterfall around 11. Jen said that she knows John O'Keefe because her daughter and John O'Keefe's niece, Kaylee, are friends. She said that she's come to know Karen through John because the two were dating. And Jen said John had encouraged Jen and Karen to become friends because Jen has MS and Karen had also been diagnosed with MS.
Okay, wait, say that again.
It says, Jen said that John had encouraged Jen and Karen to become friendly because Jen has MS and Karen had also been diagnosed with MS.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know it about Jen. See, I've always wondered. Jen looks like she's smiling all the time.
Yep.
Even when Turtle Boy was screaming at her, it looks like she's smiling. And I was wondering, you think that's what it is?
Yep.
Yeah, that explains it because I knew there had to be something.
So that explains why he was trying to bring. Now she had been like that. Just explains. I mean, that explains the connections of them. Yes, they were all in the same small town, but they didn't really have anything to do. It was all
their kids were friends. Their kids were friends.
Right.
Yeah.
And the only reason that Jen and Karen were friends was because John encouraged it because they had a disease in common.
And friends.
Yep.
Wanted to know Jennifer for like 8 years.
Yep.
So, yeah.
All right. So it says John and Karen had been at CF McCarthy's before, and then they came into the waterfall. Jen noticed Karen had a mixed drink in a clear glass in her hand she had brought over from CF McCarthy's. So Karen is the one who brought the glass.
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting.
And said she didn't.
Because I always thought it was John that.
Well, John had the glass. He left the bar with the
the
glass when they left, and that glass was found broken by him. You know,
Is that the same
because
glass that Jennifer brought, that Karen brought into the bar?
no, it was he was leaving the bar, picked up a glass that had
And walked
something in
out
it,
the door.
and then walked out. Well, that glass.
Okay. So do you know how many glasses back in my days of drinking, do you know how many bar glasses? It used to be a challenge to be able to get the glass out of my hand before I got it out the bar door. Because if I got it out the bar door, then it went home and it went into my collection.
Right.
And that was the only reason that I used to go to certain bars.
Never
was to
occurred
search
to
the
me.
glassware.
So no, I think he was drinking it. So here's the thing that happened. So according to the defense, so they get there. He's got his drink. He gets out of the car, goes in the house, runs, and he's like a invisible man just running into the house. They immediately beat the shit out of him. He doesn't fight back. They just beat him. Then they take him and his glass and his phone, carry him out to the front yard, I guess on his face. For some reason, decided to put him on his face. Left his phone so he could call 911. Then they went back in the house and went to bed.
Well,
sounds plausible, right? And then Sharon, oh my God, Sharon comes back without any encouragement. No one called her. She called everybody. Shows up and says, I hit him. And they're sitting up in bed going, thank God. Okay. It's her. And everybody immediately knew to start covering and acting like, the outlaws are cops that couldn't shoot straight or whatever they are. It's ridiculous. She hit him. That's it. To me, she backed up, hit him.
Hey, B. Tim's backstage.
He'll tell us what for.
Hey,
Tim.
Hi.
No, I thought it's very interesting that the whole thing is a couple of days we've been here for a week and he's been trying to poke holes here and there.
Well, that's a pretty big hole that they left it open.
Yeah, like there's literally a videotape of the taillight being gone. I mean,
Right.
unless he's going to say there's snow and that's snow and it's covering that, that's going to be like the big cope.
No,
But
and it's more than cracked sitting there.
yeah, it's got. I mean, and you know what? I'm thinking back. The jury's not going to like his disingenuous questions about, could the people at the facility have broken the taillight? When they pulled it out, and they're going to listen to this, and they're going to
that trick question that he gave him.
Yeah, and it's like now there's a video, and let's just go by the facts. That clearly looks broken to me.
At
Maybe
8
I'm going
Oh,
at
wait.
8:20. At 8, what was it, 8:20 or something like that? So that means the only
It definitely
way,
looks broken.
yeah, the only way that they can explain it away is that she broke it when she backed into John's car. And the problem with that thought process is that you're going to expect Proctor or any of these officers to go to the scene, dig up like glass particles under the snow, grab it, run over to the open scene, and then plant it there, or just say that they got it from there. And to me, that is unlikely. That is highly unlikely. Okay.
You mean they would have taken the taillight and put it in the snow? Why would they be taking it from the
They would take it from like the location where she broke it, like she's alleging that she broke it when she hit John's car. She's
Okay,
claiming.
so if that were the case, B. Tim, even after the snow melted, you would still see fragments around that. Have you ever broken a taillight?
No, but I'm just saying, I agree with you. You would see it, and that's the problem with that's the problem. They have to, and there's no videotapes of officers just trudging along in the backyard looking for taillight pieces to basically frame Karen Reed, and that is a big problem.
It would have shown in the snow if people had walked over there, but you can clearly see when that second Ray officer rolls up there to go do the wellness check, that snow around the car hadn't been disturbed since
he didn't even,
a good couple of hours.
He didn't even make a big deal out of the taillight, seeing the taillight. I don't
I
get
don't
that.
even think I don't even know if he realized it at the time.
I don't think anyone
Rowley
realized it. I don't think anyone realized it. I
No,
think that-
Lally knows about the taillight because he's the one that said, we have video of 8 a.m. The officer's going to do a well check and you can clearly see the taillight. He said that.
I think he didn't finish his questioning because he knew it was quick and he just wanted to leave it in the juror's mind to be like really quickly to show the video to them. But I think when he comes back and does the re-questioning of him, he's got to highlight it. And I don't know what Jackson's going to do, to be honest with you.
What can he do? Oh, she broke it on the car. Look, we're going to watch this video where she broke her taillight.
You mean the video where she's clearly pressing the console to shut off the brake assist so she can make sure that, that video, that the video that incriminates her, maybe incriminates her for a higher charge than what she's being charged for. If she shut off the brake assist while backing up into John and intentionally tried to kill him with a car, then you mean that video?
Yeah. Yeah. And John's car, see, that's weird that his car was out there because he always parks it in the garage.
It must have been those maybe those 17 deleted video footages
That's what's on there back.
Maybe it's in that video. The 17 that was deleted mysteriously, but only the one video that remains is the one where she creates her alibi. I'm sure that's has nothing to do.
I have a couple questions. How long had Karen and John been together?
1 year, 9 months.
9 months?
Not 1 year and 9 months.
Okay, so just shy of 2 years.
And the kids are going to testify that she was the one that knows how to work the system, and she knew where all the cameras were.
Okay. Okay. Number 2, was she living there with him also?
She was living off and on.
Off and on. So she had her own place as well.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm going to be honest, you guys. I honestly thought that it was an accident. I didn't believe she was innocent, but I did believe that it was like a freak accident. But the more this stuff comes out and the more that we look at it, it keeps changing my mind to even worse.
Yeah.
Especially when Liley, or whatever the fuck his name is, I'm just going to call him the Commonwealth. He basically tells the jury, pay attention to the center console, guys. Pay attention to that. And that is where the brake, there's like a button to shut off the brake assist or whatever that tells you when you're about to hit something. And I think that's why they upped the charges, because they realized that you would have to do that manually. And they says, oh shit, this woman just shut off this system so she can back up into a human being and kill him.
So the brake assist will stop you?
I don't know if it stops you, but it definitely warns you of the situation.
It's a park assist. I have it on my car. When I'm backing up, number 1, I've got 3 little lights that when I'm looking in the review, I've got a backup camera on the back of my car, and I've got 3 little lights so that when I'm looking, they're in the stoplight fashion. They're like yellow, yellow, red, and then it starts to beep the closer you get. But I can get within inches of a car, so I can pull into park or parallel park in a space that's just about 3 inches longer than my vehicle.
And Nicole, Rowena says, shuts the sound off to the brake alert backup system. It turns the sound down.
Okay, so I have to, and I can do that, but it's an actual setting that I have to push. And the car has to be in park when I turn that off. You can't adjust that setting.
I thought she did it probably in the garage or something.
I mean, on my car, you have to, you legit have to have the car in park. It has to be on, running, car in park, and then you have to hit the button, and then it takes 2 more.
If she did that,
minutes to turn that system off.
That's that they undercharged her. They undercharged her. If
Well,
that
I can wait. I can write it out and show you on my car that I don't think we need to do that,
But hold on, if she did that though, how would they know she backed up and how fast she was going?
It still doesn't matter.
Oh,
You're
well,
still going to record in the black box. It's still going to record in the black box.
Okay, in one of the hearings, people keep talking about the black box, and they haven't. What I heard is you only get one chance to do whatever you have to do with the black box to get the information. And they had to be there together to look at it, and they could never get the defense to look at it with them. So I may have misunderstood all of that, but that's what I thought I heard. That you get one shot to see what's on it, and then it.
So I like the free care of me people to explain to me how how did Proctor go to the place if the taillight broke with John's car, how he went and dug through the snow and found all those 37 pieces of taillight or what, and then transported it and buried it over there, or just found it. I just like to know. I mean,
By that point in time, Karen would have already been. By that point in time, Karen would have already been locked up, and so it'd be on the home camera footage. So, because they would have had to have waited until, because like in 2 days that snow was gone because it went up to 40 degrees. So they wouldn't have been able to find it all in the snow. They would have had to have gone after the snow.
Okay, listen, Linda. Okay, so that shattered. Something hard hit that taillight, right? And
his shoulder, his head.
Well, wait, let me finish. And he had his cocktail glass was around him and broken. Like what would break the cocktail glass? He wasn't on the street. It snowed.
But what if he threw that at her?
No, I think he was standing there, like close to the curb where the fire hydrant is. She started backing up, like, what the fuck? And he had the glass in his hand. And it's the only thing that could have happened. I mean, what, unless she went up on the curb and hit him?
There's a curb there. Do you know how hard she'd have to hit that curb and go up and over? And the potential.
Well, I saw Turtle Boy do it. It wasn't a big deal. He was backing up and went over the curb. He'd go, shit, did I go over the curb? It's not that big. It's not a big curb. But so his shoe flew off at the fire hydrant. He ends up by the flagpole with the glass pieces around him, but the taillight pieces were further around, like where
all of that would have, because of the moisture, that would have shown tread imprints there would have been tread imprints in that grass. Like it would have.
I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying she jumped it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he was standing at the curb. She backed up like a bat out of hell, and he went to turn with his glass, and it shattered. And part of the glass went with him, but he didn't have any cuts on his hand.
Now, do you think like
something hit the taillight? I don't think it was him, but something hit the taillight.
Now, do you think like the law
glass wouldn't break in the snow?
Do you think the law tubers are going to be like retracting a little bit of their ridiculous fucking leaning into the conspiracy?
All of them.
No.
And I saw Duty Ron go into Melanie's, give her a super chat. Good job. Are you kidding me?
Oh, they're good friends, buddy. They're good friends. Haven't you know that? Those two support each other back to back.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying they didn't do a cover up. I'm not saying that OJ again.
You know, I think what happened is that basically these officers, this town had 22,000 or 24,000 people in 2022. This is a small police force. They fucking bumbled a couple of times. Let's be clear. No one is thinking that they didn't fuck up like a couple of times. To me, like I don't like definitely the solo cup in the bag being near the car was definitely a big fuck up. Not covering the scene as a
by the car. Yeah, that's.
But I think like I don't like you can't argue, and this is what I said to the Claire. You can't argue that they're idiots, but they're so smart to do all not talk while an FBI probe is done to them. No one breaks at all. They're just genius. That's like when people said, "Well, the Wells, they're
right.
Clearly," you know what I mean? Like you can't be an idiot and a genius at the same time. And you got to go with the fact that these cops probably are fucking morons when it comes to certain things, and they fucked up with the evidence collection, and they're making good points with that in the defense. But the problem is you got to explain how they did it, and he hasn't explained how any of these motherfuckers did it. You know what I mean?
Well, okay, so what if it's a case of it's shoddy police work in a small town and the cover up is something greater than just this specific scenario? Again, moment of wild speculation, only speculating, not factual. But if there's all these probes, I'm sorry, I'm Gen X. I go back to the days of Casino, Heat. Everybody's on a payroll somewhere, and makes you wonder if there's not something bigger, and this is just the way that they are using to get on the in. Don't you think? Maybe
Emily Susan says, "Can we have prayer hands for Melanie Little? Just shut her stream down immediately. Prayer hands for Melanie Little." But no, I think what happened was that they were overwhelmed by the inclement weather. They were overwhelmed by the situation that they were in, and these cops just fucked up. And and the problem is also, I think there's a problem with Alan Jackson's questioning of these witnesses. He's being too aggressive. And I think in a small town like this, when you're beating up good people like this, and a lot of them have not broke, I think it's going to make him look really bad when it comes to the jury. Like a bully, in my opinion. He might get away with Proctor, but that's what I think. I think that's a problem. And I think her facial reactions, the fact that, he's an out-of-town lawyer coming in, slick, I don't know where he's from, but he acts like a slick city attorney coming in.
Yeah.
It's a bad look. And it's I think when you have someone like Yannetti there, letting this guy beat up on EMT workers and cops, who haven't, most of them haven't done anything. Maybe that one guy 22 years ago did something wrong, but that's it, 22 years ago, and then we have to waste about an hour on that bullshit? Come on. Complete waste of time. No one gave a shit about the 22 years ago except for the conspiracy theorist people. It doesn't even make sense when it comes to conspiracy theorist people. And the big boom is that basically she had to have damaged her car when she backed up in John's to explain it, for her to explain why it's broken like that. And I think that's the crux of the thing. And I think the more they sit there and they try to pick and prod everyone else's story, the problem is it's making them look disingenuous, because now what? All 6 of the EMT workers are lying now. The cops are lying now. Who else? There's 30 people we got to say is part of this conspiracy. And that is unlikely. That's as if voices became grew wings and flew out of the work, out of her house. Okay, that would be more likely for her to grow wings and fly.
Hey, don't tempt me.
I'm trying to find. Turtle Boy did a test.
Oh, that bullshit test he did in the summer.
Yeah, but I was just going to show how he went.
Listen, I understand it. I live where we have snow like that, and I drive, and I live for winter time so that I can go over curbs and places that.
Oh, I have a question for you. Does snow dampen sound?
Yes.
Would a snowstorm with howling winds and snow dampen the sound of an area like that?
It can.
Shocker, right? Why would people not immediately leave their house?
If the winds are, but if the winds are really blowing, that's gonna overpower. But also, if it's a crisp, cold snow, you can hear it's very clear, and you can hear for a long ways.
Mm-hmm. But if it's that snow condition you saw with John,
you wouldn't be able to know, because the wind would overpower everything when it does that. You guys have heard when I go outside and it's fucking coming down sideways.
Yes, and that is why those people, no one came out early in the morning, because no one heard the cops and seen them until later on in the day, and it's very, very simple. And the problem is that you have to they're not making sense. The defense. They're poking and prodding.
Kodo sent you a picture of the curb. It's not a normal curb. It's in your email.
I've seen the curb. I've looked at the curb a million times.
Yeah, I see it too. But they're poking and trying to prod, and they're just not making sense, because they're not explaining.
Find my email real quick.
At all about Karen Reed.
Hold on.
Yeah, no
They're
problem.
just poking holes in everybody else's stuff, right?
Yeah, I'll toss it to you. I got it.
No. I said, hold on, Kato. I'm going to find it. Go ahead and talk.
No, Kato sent it to me on Discord, and I sent you a link so you can open it out.
No, she sent it to me too. So there. Okay.
I can't believe he's holding
Send
up a
it to
doll.
me. I don't need it.
Okay. Can y'all see it?
Yep.
Okay. What am I looking at?
So there is the driveway, which is circled in pink, and that shows that that is flat. And then we look over past the mailbox and we see that there's just like a rounded, average neighborhood style curb with a small gutter that the water is in.
Right here.
Okay, so then there would be indents in that lawn if she there's not enough.
But remember, it happened at 12. When they found him, and police arrived, it was 6. So there was like 5.5 hours.
So before that when she would have hit him, if we're going off of what we just read, if she would have hit him, that lawn would have only been wet with rain because rain precipitates the snow. Rain comes first, and then the moisture rolls over, and it goes from like a drizzling, pissy rain to snowflakes, right? So at the time that happened, there wouldn't have been any snow on the ground. It would have just been wet lawn. Because what happens is that
they started plowing at like 2:30, I think.
Okay, so
there was snow. I mean, it had been snowing.
It was just a small flurry, according to Yannetti, who lied to the jury on his opening. He fucking lied.
But by the next night, or by that night, they had.
Right, and it takes a while, but it takes a while for it to stick because the temperature has to be below, even in the day when it was getting warmer, because obviously, like they were doing outside sports and stuff. So it's still.
What day are you talking about? Hold on. What day? This day? The 29th? Yeah. No, nobody was doing anything.
But that's what had been canceled off because of the storm, was a sports event, like a sporting thing. That's why all the parents got together to go out to the bar the night before.
Right, but you're saying there were sporting events that day.
I said there had there not been the storm, there would have been sporting events outdoors.
Yeah.
So it's going to take the ground after the moisture hits it, because when snow first hits in it, if snow hits wet, it turns to wet. So it takes for the temperature to decrease also. Otherwise, she went over that curb before any snow was on the ground. That's my point.
I'm not saying she went over the curb. I'm saying, how did the taillight break? It didn't break on him. It didn't break from the air. It didn't break on John.
But wait, I thought he has microscopic pieces in his clothing.
He does.
So it had to have broken on him.
That's why I'm saying I think it hit the glass. He ends up with the glass with him. The taillight wouldn't have flown with him. But if he was holding onto the glass, it would seem like his hands would be cut up.
Could that be what cut his arm up?
I think that was just probably just scraped it. I mean, I just think he just scraped it on something. I don't know how it could have cut it up like that. I'd really like to see a different, but the bottom line is something shattered the taillight. And even Jen, at first she said it was broken. How did she say it? And then in her interview, she said they were broken into pieces.
I've lived through a couple of nor'easters. When I lived in New York, I've lived through a couple of nor'easters. I know how quickly it comes in.
Did you guys see the Glaire's face when they showed that taillight? He looked so defeated. It was
when?
Just now. He ended the stream a while, like 40 minutes ago, but he looked so defeated. He's like, it's just been a sweep, guys. Just been a sweep. He just looked so defeated when they showed that taillight.
Oh, really? Well, I mean, he's got to snap out of it. He's already talking about, don't worry, guys, when this is over, we're going to pick up I think her name is Birch, another case. We're going to pick that up. Don't worry. He's already talking about, don't leave me.
Don't leave me, guys. Don't leave me. No, bro, you courted the conspiracy theorist people. You need to continue doing that to grow your channel.
I have to see this.
You got to go like a little bit after because he looks like he's like he's like about to fall asleep. It's just fucking bad.
I hate his intro. I hate it.
Oh, his intro sucks balls. His soundboard sucks, man. He overuses that shit way too much. It needs to be like on point on moments.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Hold on. Try it again. Can y'all see? Is it a different tab now?
Yeah, it's a different tab. Yeah, we can see it. We can see your flag. Let's not hear him. Let's just turn off the fucking sound. I don't want to hear this idiot.
Okay. You want me to turn on?
Yeah, turn off his just like top a little bit quickly. Let's watch his facial reactions because he's taking his face off. Okay, okay.
I'm going to see it anyway.
Okay.
There it is. No, that's him leaving.
No, this is him driving. You'll see how close John lives
so
to
he's
the
got body
station.
cam
Not that
footage.
far.
Look at all the snow.
Yeah, it's a small flurry, guys. It's a small flurry. It's not that bad.
Yeah, the cars are covered.
Look at the side of that. Like,
I remember.
That's a
Oh my
standard
God.
snowstorm where I come from. Come on now.
Yeah, you live in like the North
Or on a
Pole.
dash cam, sorry.
Gosh. We're
They're
coming
dry.
into spring now. I'll be bitching about the heat pretty soon, okay?
Yeah, well, the weather's better.
Oh, I was like, is Blair
on this one.
No, we are not.
It sounded like you were talking to each other.
It just worked out weird like that.
All right.
All right.
Okay, Blair.
Let's hear his cope with this one.
I wish I could see his face.
Yeah, he's hiding his face. It's afterwards when he stops sharing the screen.
Okay. Those houses are not. I like more land than that though.
Yeah, well,
Very close together.
Yeah, well.
that's close together.
It's
You
not
don't
that
live in
he
New York.
has clear dash cam so much as the weather's better and his windshield is clear.
Yes, it's daytime.
Yeah,
Brilliant
Very,
analysis.
very light snow.
Brilliant analysis, Claire. It's daytime. The sun's out.
Yeah, it's 8:22 in the morning.
You gotta understand this
so-
is at 8:22 in the morning.
Thank you for that.
John had been declared dead like an hour before.
Yeah.
Okay, that's John's house.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look how small that yard is.
I know. I don't.
That's a good sized yard for
Oh, never
there.
mind.
Pretty
Wrong
good
house.
sized yard. It's the wrong. He doesn't. Oh my God! Did you hear him?
What?
He's like, that yard's small, and he realizes it's not the house. He's like, oh, sorry about that. Go back a little bit. Hear that? He's such a.
I don't remember which door.
Oh God, we're all the way back at the station now.
I can't do that. I'm telling y'all. Stop. I mean, I do it as best I can, and it still goes too far.
All right.
That's not your fault. I didn't realize that.
I can never do it. I like though that now you can pull up. And
Yeah.
You can, yeah, that's awesome.
Like when he pulls up, he points out the yard, and then he realizes the
It's
shot
not that he
the
has
tunnel.
clear
like
dash
it.
cam so much as the weather's better and his windshield is
Christ.
clear.
Here we go again.
It's
It's
brilliant.
very, very light snow.
Oh, it's light.
Light snow.
It's a very fine snow, is what he should say.
Mm.
Words are hard.
You gotta understand this is at
Oh, let's
8:22 in the
Now
morning.
they don't live in
Wait,
snow.
wait.
Hey, listen.
He's gonna say it in a moment.
It's up on the screen,
That's a
Lieutenant.
big house.
Look how small that yard
Yes.
is.
And what do you recognize that to be?
One Meadows Ave.
Oh, never mind. Wrong house.
He doesn't know
What
the
house did he
house.
think it
He
was?
thought it was fucking Albert's house.
Oh my God. It even goes over here.
I don't remember which door we went to.
What an idiot! Oh my
That house
God!
is absolutely. See, I would love to have it on a Big piece.
Whoa! This is your fucking free
No.
Karen Reed guy? Okay. He doesn't even know what the fucking house looks like.
And it looks nothing like that, except it has trees.
Yes.
Jesus Christ, Claire.
That
Know the
house
house.
All the way back here. He's
Yes.
a cop.
Now, as
Wow.
far as a well-being check,
Cops make good money there.
Well, you got to remember.
Get all that overtime.
Well, and his sister and
We're
brother.
gonna check to
and-
see if there's anybody there.
Now that's not their house.
Which is
People
typically the
keep saying
case.
that it's not their house.
And
But if
we're
they
gonna go
sold
knock
that
on
house-
doors and see if there's any activity of anybody at the home.
And,
Okay.
Chairman, if you could, please.
Oh my God, I can't believe he didn't even know what the house looked like. Oh my God. He
Hilarious.
thought that was the Albert's house.
Yeah, look how small that yard is.
Look how small they are. It proves my theory that he was that they all knew he was in the
I
backyard.
want to hear what
All
Lally
right,
said.
here's the tail light thing.
But I want to hear what Lally said. Please.
To, the driveway at, One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes,
And this vehicle, directly in front, correct?
correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of or the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say, from what's depicted up on the screen, was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time when you came in there at approximately 8:23 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or you look around the house, what is it that you do on a will?
You would go to the front door or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. You take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point?
He might not, Rowena.
No.
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
Can't make it.
Now, what concerns me is here they are talking about the policy of a wellness check, but why wasn't a wellness check done at 34 Fairview when the dead cop was found on the lawn?
Are you an idiot? He's showing you the broken taillight. You're not pointing that out, you moron? Why should they check on 2 children?
Just sort of walk across.
2 underage children. That's
That
ridiculous.
is so clear right there to me.
I'm not sure how.
Yeah, they're underage children. Karen Reed left them alone to cover up her crime.
And you might be saying, well, you know, Lank went in there and whatever. But I mean, the thing is, though, sure.
Are you going to
Way
comment?
later,
You
And
got
we
to
don't
comment?
you know what I mean? They waited till
Look at his face.
you know, we don't want to bother anybody. No, man, when you do a wellness check, you knock
He's
on the
just
door,
staring at
you wake everybody up, and you go, hey, I just need to make sure
Staring
that
at the
everybody in
chat.
here is okay. I got to check every room.
Okay, what did you think about the
They didn't
tail
do
light?
that.
What did you think, Blair?
Are you going to tell us about the taillight you just
Yeah.
saw? Are you going to tell us, Claire? Are you going to explain to us that that was done by Karen Reed when she backed up into John's car? Any sort of commentary? No.
Chat saying, how do I see his chat?
Do you really want to see his chat?
They say dumb shit on.
Yeah, they're pretty dumb.
They're not even talking about.
Everybody hates Bev.
Look,
I
done
mean,
for the day?
it's just been a sweep.
Yeah, they're done for today.
Oh my God.
So I wonder where he's going with this
Yeah.
testimony.
You don't know where he's going with the
Is he trying to
testimony?
prove with the tail light? Because I do remember.
Kim, easy, buddy, easy.
I do remember.
No, that's it for today. We're good. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I just don't get it. How are you this stupid?
And there's no one in this chat is talking about it. No one. No one. Wow.
What?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Not a
Bottle of
person.
Smirnoff. I'm trying to get to. So
Bev doesn't look like Bev looks like she doesn't know how to have hair. Okay.
Okay.
I remember Lolly mentioning
there's
in
one-
one of the motion hearings that
Is he
he
blind?
had,
All right. This one, Rubel Light, I guess. Right and left tail light look the same to me.
Are you
had
blind?
dash cam footage showing Karen Reed's taillight
Yeah.
as broken.
Yeah.
And this is probably that dash cam footage.
Yes,
Uh,
you see it with your
so-
eyes.
And
Do you want to like zoom in on it and do
But
commentary?
I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, what the
You know?
fuck?
he's sad.
Taillight was missing in that footage.
Yes, it was
Yeah.
missing.
And how did it happen? Proctor at 8.
Yeah, this shit is crazy. Hold on. Let's get to let's
Yes,
get
show
to
us.
Tom real quick.
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
What?
That's it. Oh, tail light was missing. 8 o'clock
Oh
in the
my
morning.
god. Like, just get him out of here. Get him out of here.
No, wait, I want to see Tom.
What the- he's
that
like-
look on his face.
I wonder what is the Commonwealth trying to do by showing that the taillight was broken at like 8:20 in the morning. I wonder what they're going with.
I know, but this look is like,
The defeated
oh,
look.
there it is. But it never. He always turns back around. Like I keep thinking, at any moment he's going to realize. But then you look at your membership, you look at the super chats, and doesn't happen.
I can't believe it. Are you serious, Claire? Like you're not going to zoom in on the thing like most commentary channels do covering this case? Look at the tail light, comment upon it, do commentary, maybe explaining it away. Like
So
say-
I'm gonna wait until
Here's the money. I saw it was missing. Okay, but he said it was missing, right? Blair admitted.
I
no,
mean,
Claire admitted
it's
did not
totally
admit
innocent
that.
and
Let me explain
Then
something.
he said the tail light was
Stop
missing.
it. I'll explain it. When I was debating Claire, he pulled up that bullshit tow truck driver thing that
Right.
was made up and said it wasn't broken.
Right,
That
but
guy,
now
the guy's now he's changing his. So he's holy shit.
Well, maybe
Also,
how can you say it's not? It's right there.
yeah, but he tried to say that it was broken. It
I
wasn't
know.
broken, and the cops did
But
it.
that was back then.
That was back. That was 2 months ago.
I know. I know. I know he believes all of it. But I'm saying right
It's
now,
like 10 years ago or 22 years ago.
it doesn't matter whether it was yesterday. We didn't have the 820 video of the cops pulling up there. We haven't had that.
Oh my god.
And showing it that it was 8. That's what I think. He's like going, wow, why,
That's the look of the man trying to contemplate how he's going to cover this up. See, if I was the glare, I would probably be like, "Well, we can't really see it. It could be snow, guys. I don't know. We'll have to
and that's
see."
what's funny is because he said,
Oh my God, I just looked up at the screen.
yeah, I think
Well, I don't know, guys. What do you think?
Well, he's going to go find out what everybody else thinks, and then he'll come back and let you know.
Yeah, like I would be like, if I was the glare, I'd be like, "Let's zoom in. Let's do it and look at it and be like, okay, maybe what Karen Reed thinks. She broke it during the backing up of John's car."
Yeah,
and-
that's what his chat's saying.
Yeah, see, that's well, this chat's gonna have to tell him. He can't even think. He
You
doesn't even
can't-
know what the house looks like.
Yeah,
Heels.
but now
He
he's
doesn't-
going, I don't
Heels.
care about your health or what's going on in here. Just give me something.
Yeah,
And
I
then
mean-
she backed out and hit John's
Heels.
car. Remember?
Yeah, heels. He doesn't know what the house looks like. He doesn't know.
What?
He doesn't know what the house looks like. He doesn't know
Oh,
what
I know.
34 Fairview looks like. He got.
You
he
know
was-
I'm clipping that shit too.
Yeah, you are clipping that. Absolutely, clip that shit. He doesn't know what the house looks like.
Well,
He's
he
been-
does, but he just, we see it all the time. But yeah,
I can probably
all that
tell
yard
you.
is.
Like I can probably tell you exactly what that house looks like at this point because I've seen that goddamn house so many times. It's not even funny.
I know. Okay, see what he does.
obviously the parents consent, but I don't like to show kids on here if I can help it. That's not to say anything bad about Tom or nothing. Like I said, it's just protesters and they brought their kids out and Me personally, I just prefer not to show kids on
All
the
right,
channel.
I can agree with
like
Claire
that.
on that. I'll give him credit on that one.
So here we go. Okay.
Kids, I
Now-
can give him credit for that one.
Now we can watch.
Well, and he always says, you know, I'm a dumbass. I don't. And
out.
that's good.
Go. Come on.
We're gonna wait down here, Tom.
Okay. Just be careful. Okay.
Going.
Go, Tom. Tom Bomb.
Why don't
Go.
you get a scooter?
Bro, you want this guy to be on a scooter? Tom CPU on a scooter with a bike?
I like the dress.
What is this person? Look. Violation of civil rights while acting under the color of law.
Yeah. Most likely LA Connection. I think that most likely, and this is my opinion, I think Karen moved her car to create an alibi, and that's why those 17 or 19 videos are deleted. But the only one that's not deleted is the one she backs up into the car. That's my opinion. I could be wrong.
Hold on, in that stuff we read this morning, it said that she told her friends Jen McCabe and Carrie that she had been out driving around before that.
Yeah, she was driving around that in the area where they were the night before.
Yeah.
But then she says, "Oh, I don't remember going anywhere."
Yeah. That's my
This is the
opinion.
guy that's an expert.
Well, he's on Court TV with.
Right, he's the one I asked you. What is he an expert in?
Yeah, well, we know why he's on Court TV. He's not like, he's a lot more like, not like a scumbag. Like, I don't think he's not like a scumbag like Turtle Boy. He's clean cut. He's well spoken a little bit. So I think that's why they bring him on, to be honest.
Oh
with
yeah,
you.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
This person
You can,
says,
you can still be a scumbag and be well spoken and clean cut.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of senators out there. Congress
Yeah,
members.
we're speaking of our whole Congress system.
I was watching Senator Kennedy yesterday. I love that guy. Okay, hey everyone, but remember when her truck was being towed, what?
What? No, the truck was afterwards. Dum dum.
Did she have a truck?
They're probably talking about Karen Reed's
Well,
car.
they mean her vehicle. They call it some people call SUVs a truck. I don't know.
Okay, so remember when her, was being towed, her tail light was still intact, TACK. So something is off with that video they just showed.
Wouldn't that be TACT?
Oh God.
Wouldn't that be TACT? I know I'm not the greatest speller in the world, but
see, this is
TACT. Yeah, TAC is not TACK. Anyway, so something's off with that. What are they going to say? They went there before, like when they stopped and they were looking at the house. One of the cops jumped out, went in the back, smashed the taillight, came back, and then they drove around. That's what happened, lady.
Nothing.
I guess that's Jenna.
I got it.
Yeah, on the neck. I didn't. Yeah.
God,
Well,
I love all these people, man.
That's why you're not there.
There he is.
Yeah, he should have gone for all the money he made.
Man, you should have gone there with a table and he should have just been like fucking
Yeah.
convince me. Do the live stream right at that, like right
How you doing,
where,
Ted?
courthouse is.
Yeah.
That's
Ed Daniel, folks.
That's what the Claire should have done.
Austin 25 News.
Yeah, he's thinking. He's waiting on his chat to give him what he can throw out there. I just gave you the one that mine
Thank
was.
everybody for watching. I do appreciate it.
And make sure to give Tom a like, guys. I'm going to drop the link in chat. Just click on it and hit the like
Tom CPU has gotten 3,000 subs from this.
for me, okay?
Yeah.
He deserves it.
Tom Bomb.
I don't
he's
like-
not there. He's not doing anything to anybody that I know of.
Well, he did assault JLR. I mean, that was
Well, then I like him even more.
we know your feelings on JLR.
Hit him again. What are you doing? Are they waiting for Karen?
Yeah, they're waiting for Karen. Don't let your real feelings come out in this live stream.
You know, I don't mean it.
Sure, okay. In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
That shit echoed.
She's barely late.
Shit echoed all the way to Rhode Island.
Oh God, they hate Judge Cano.
She's actually been pretty fair. She allowed that 22-year bullshit in.
Yeah. She's barely letting the defense talk and controls everything they're allowed to put in. Well, yeah, she's the judge.
Yeah, she's the judge. She has to make sure that the guy's not saying baseless bullshit things completely.
Yeah, they would have put up those 2 Photoshopped pictures.
Yeah, like that's the problem. You need the metadata for those pictures now because there's a lot of people trying to pull this fucking Photoshop stuff now.
Well, unless Katie has lost a leg, like in the past year.
How do you know she's not a reptilian too? How do you know she's not a reptilian and she grew
There
back
we
her
go.
leg?
Greatest defense team I've ever seen.
I wouldn't say that. I would say OJ's defense team was pretty good. They did get off that guilty guy.
Why is that cop pushing him? This is ridiculous. If I were his family, I would be so pissed.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Aaron's
And
like,
you know
Tom,
they
don't get
called me
arrested.
ridiculous. I wonder where her colostomy bag is.
Oh, don't say that, man. Don't
No,
say
he said she had her entire
Wow.
colon. What was it?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
When you have colitis and they sometimes take part of it, he said entire.
Well, basically, what would be like a 60-second summary of today?
Yeah, pull it back a little bit, Tom.
Of what?
What would be like a 60-second summary of today for Koto?
The tail light. That's all.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. They brought up the 22-year-old
Yeah,
bullshit,
that's bullshit.
and they re-asked the same shit they asked the same other officers about the bag and the solo cups and pretty much that. And then they basically said, did you take a diagram of the house, pictures of the house? It's like, no, mister.
No,
We're
they
not
don't
gonna-
have all that shit. I was watching some of the newer crime scene, how they do them, and it's a drone.
Yeah.
And it's amazing.
Yeah, and it's like you'd think a cop who's coming into someone's house without a warrant is going to be like, "Can I take your pictures? Can I take your cell phone? Can I fucking take a diagram of your house and know exactly where all the furniture is?" Like, no, I've never heard that ever happening in my entire life in any true crime case ever.
And looking or suspecting the house where he was dropped would be the last house I would suspect of killing him. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, why would they just throw him in the front yard?
Yeah. And they did do the interview. Now, I don't know why they thought that they wanted, they used 360. Yeah, but I'm saying, if you were invited to do an interview with witnesses. Now, the only thing I would point out, I would be like, they probably should have done interviews
Right.
of these witnesses separately. Like, hey, come over here, give her your statement, come to the. That I would definitely say. But I think it's basically just shows to me, it convinces me that this more and more how they bumble and fuck up like this, that this isn't a conspiracy because they're just doing too many amateur hour shit.
Well, it would have been easy to say. I mean, if they were trying to frame her, yeah, we did a search of the house.
Yeah.
We didn't see anything. Took picture, if that's what they were trying to do. But they, to me, made them look more suspicious. Now, why would they do that if they're trying to frame her?
Yeah, you would think that they would remove the solo cups next to the car if they were planning on throwing the liquid onto the car before they took pictures of the car.
Splatter it everywhere.
And splatter it everywhere. I'm starting, you got to realize, you can't say that these are mastermind conspiracy guys that have somehow tricked the FBI.
And taking pictures of the solo cups.
And taking pictures and stuff. They tricked the FBI, but yet they produced evidence against themselves. No, that's not the case. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
4,500 page document, and the FBI didn't find shit. So,
I mean, if Karen told you directly,
Now, look how thin she is, and all her clothes are really tight. So
Karen talking to Nick and Jenna Rocco.
Yeah.
Hey, really?
Look at that. Look at all that support.
Look at all that support. Yeah, we just saw her broken tail light. Y'all are crazy. You're just crazy.
Look at that.
Oh, Jesus
my
Christ.
God. You look at her clothes. There's no way. I don't see how she.
You're still focused on
On the colostomy bag.
Yeah, man, I don't give a fuck.
This is the most.
Okay, the reason I give a fuck is because she lies all the time.
Yeah, I know she's a
And-
liar. I mean, I know she
Yeah,
probably
so-
killed that guy, killed John O'Keefe. I mean, I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm like 90%
Positive
sure.
response.
Karen is so cute. I can't believe how strong she is. Now, no way could I have stayed as strong as her. Okay, well, you might not be a psychopath.
That she's
Yeah.
that she's gotten walking out of a courthouse.
They also lied about the admitted being like that the police were the ones that admitted her for the unaliving watch. He was actually her father. And I
Yeah.
personally believe the reason why he did that is because he knew she was probably thinking John was still alive, and she was worried that the jig was up and he was going to point her out and she was going to go to jail. And that's why she was doing the whole woe is me. I feel like, you know what I mean? All that stuff. And she was
Okay,
probably
so remember when she kept going to the car?
Mhm.
I tried to slow it down, but it's so blurry. Okay, this is like out there conspiracy bullshit. But his phone was moving around that time, right? Around the time they found him. Like it was a weird thing that his phone was moving. Could she have gotten it out of the car and put it over there?
State the question again.
Do you think she could have gotten his phone out of the car when she kept going back and she was kind of looking around and reaching in the car? I'm wondering if she didn't get his phone and put it under him.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the GPS would have shown it.
That's what I'm
the thing.
saying. It did show that it was moving at that time.
I don't know. We'll have to see.
Right, but it would have had to have shown like a significant move. Like that would have been a lot of, and you know how
Just to take
risky
it
that
from the
would
car
have been.
just to take it from the car, put it under him.
Yeah, I think what most likely happened was like,
But it would have shown movement the whole time she had.
I think he was
Right,
probably
that's
looking
what I
at.
mean. It would have.
I think he was most likely
It would
looking
have
at.
tracked everywhere she would have been.
Yeah, but I think like the reason why the phone was under him was mainly because he probably, when he was out of his car, he was looking at his phone, probably texting or something like that, and then he got hit.
Well, yeah,
and boom,
because the gal that
He's like, "Hey,
whose house there had said that in the stuff we read just said that she sent a text message.
Yeah.
Oh, she
Jen
said a
McCabe.
bunch of them.
Yeah, Jen McCabe, and he was probably responding to her in a
Jen
text
McCabe.
message, and basically, like Karen Reed is shown to be a very jealous person, a very jealous and angry person, actually, and
I'm very jealous. Did you say jealous?
yes, very jealous.
Yeah. So Jen McCabe is relentlessly texting him like over and over and over again. Karen, do you remember when we first talked about that? And I said that was weird. That like, wouldn't Karen get mad? I'd get mad. I'm like, but what the fuck? You know, we're here. Why is she wanting you to come in so bad? And my boyfriend's in there, so
Yeah, I don't know, not very good.
Mom, I miss you. Karen is so cute. Okay. And you know they buy them lunch every day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, they're not working. Oh my God. And these people will never believe she's guilty, even if they show her.
Yeah, no, that's what you're gonna see. A lot of people are going to.
Cheap suit.
Oh, somebody hurt Grant's feelings on Twitter. We're gonna go over that in a minute.
Okay.
I believe I saw you.
Isn't it?
There's Nathan Reed,
God.
Karen's brother.
Hi. Did you see
Oh,
that?
wait.
I don't know. Her family are like mafia.
I don't know about that.
No. The way they talk, and like her brother, the way his hair is, and the dad is always like, "Yeah, we've got this covered." I'm not talking about like
The mafia, like not
yeah,
the
like
Gambino family.
something. No, I'm just saying the way they talk, and especially the brother.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just like a Boston thing. You know, maybe it's just a Boston thing. I don't know.
Gotta make sure to know kids.
You would think that about families out here, Heels. Like,
Yeah.
you think we were part of the cowboy mafia in some families. So
JLR was talking about.
Oh, can we
No,
like?
listen. When they took him to Houston, and he got off the plane when they arrested. He said, it's just like you'd imagine. Everybody had cowboy hats on, and they had guns.
Yeah.
Nobody wears them.
By the way,
You never see them.
can I share my screen for a moment?
Sure.
All right. I just want to show everyone on Twitter. Someone actually posted.
Do I need to stop mine?
Yeah, you gotta stop yours. This is the face. This is the death look that Robino was explaining earlier when that photo was shown.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He stares right at her.
Like that is a look of a man that is like really fucking bit. Like that is like if looks can kill, that look could kill. He's staring at her, and the reason why he's staring at her like that is because this was shown. So while this is shown and she's staring, he's staring at her, and he's like that. And
he wasn't even looking at it because he knew it.
Yeah, that just tells me like,
wow.
Yeah, that is a death stare. That is someone who's like wishing you death.
And he blew her a kiss at the hospital.
Yeah. So, I mean, love it for her. I love how the lawyers decided to make it into a smaller courtroom because they thought it would be a lot fairer for her trial.
And really, it's dangerous because there have been a lot of people that lose their shit in a courtroom.
Yeah, there's been people that got killed. You know what I mean? Like
he can reach out and just punch her in the throat.
Oh, yeah, he could probably jump over there, and I don't think the attorneys are going to be able to stop him. Like
Oh,
he
no,
does
Jackson, it might mess up his suit. No way.
Like Alan Jackson would cry and run away. Maybe Yannetti. Yannetti looks like he could probably be like he could scruffle a little bit, but I don't think he's going to defend his client.
Yeah.
So the one on his
Yannetti
other
is funny.
side is the one that was still looking at the stuff, and yeah, that's
And he's staring at her. He is staring at her because he knows what's on there. He knows what time it is. He knows this woman is fucking, in his mind, he knows who killed his brother, and he's staring at her.
And the jury is seeing that.
And the jury sees this. Do you know how bad it is? You got a city slick lawyer disrespecting EMTs and police officers, left and right. You got this woman showing no emotions. People are crying as witnesses, and she shows no emotions. And now the brother of Karen Reed is staring fucking death looks into this.
The brother of John.
Brother of John. Sorry, thank you for the correction. The brother of John is staring death. I did a glare there. Sorry about that. The brother of John is staring at Karen Reed right now.
Yeah. Trying to get a bigger picture. It's kind of, it's like you think you're fooling someone.
This needs to be your thumbnail. This would be you need to go to on Twitter. You'll find it on the grants thing. You need to just make that, yeah, that needs to be your thumbnail for this stuff. 100%. Did you know he used to believe her, though he was the only one in the family to stand by her at first? Wonder what changed. Well, probably the evidence changed. He probably found out a lot more things. And also he realized that how this woman was acting was very fucking how a guilty person. You don't work with a blogger named Turtle Boy and release documents and all that stuff if you're an innocent person.
Right.
You don't do that. Yeah, Grant's was at school today, but he's gonna be there tomorrow.
Oh, he went. Okay, that's why there was nothing.
Yeah, he was at school, and apparently I've heard on Twitter, apparently Turtle Boy has got his press credentials, and he might be going into the courtroom. And I'm
How
thinking,
did he get his press? He doesn't work for anybody.
I don't know, but why would you let a guy who's being charged with witness intimidation for the case in which he's trying to sit in the courtroom?
I don't think that. He has to get his credentials from the courthouse. I don't know how he would get his press credentials. I mean, they have to approve it. So I'm not sure how he would have done that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like Betty and JLR used to go and show their press pass, and they're like, nope.
I mean, look at this. Like, and this is the thing that the Glare didn't want to comment on. He wanted to just move on to Tom CPU's live stream because he knew what time it was.
Yeah.
He knew exactly what time it is. I
How
think
are you
Glare,
going to
yeah.
spin it, you know?
Yeah. How are you going to spin this? Because the only way you could spin it is if she damaged her car while backing up into John's at 5, when she pulled out to start looking for John. But the problem is that you have to explain, how did they get the taillights if they broke and they were all fragmented all over the place? The cops come there, there's no video of that.
Yeah.
And that's a big problem. And that is and that's why I feel like Jackson wasted his time with that. Oh, well, you unhooked it. And could you have broken it more or all that stuff? I think that was a waste of time, to be honest with you. I think the best part of his test. What?
Yeah, that was a waste of time.
Yeah, that was a complete waste of time. The DNA part, like with the cups near the bumper, I know why he's doing that, because there is, I've heard in the grapevine that there's DNA evidence on the, in the back of the car, and I've heard there was
yeah, but is it going to matter now?
Well, if it's hair, they're not going to. How are they going to explain away the hair as well?
The damn thing was open. Well, they don't have DNA on the hair. They just know it's human. That's all.
No, they did a mitochondria test. I don't know if they're going to have a doctor.
They didn't get DNA.
No, I'm serious. They did get DNA. They did a mitochondria test, and they've admitted it. I think they admitted the hair as well.
Well, at the last hearing, they hadn't gotten it yet. They hadn't gotten the full report, but there was nothing on the hair that they could test for DNA.
I think it came in. I think could be wrong. I like this new thing where they are actually checking. No more tragedy pimps in courtrooms. Yeah, well, that'd be nice.
Whole tragedy pimp thing, I'm aware.
There's just snow covering. Yeah, okay, that's snow. That's why, more snow came on this side than this side. Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm really curious how they're gonna.
Yeah, it's clear as day to me that's broken. It's just and the problem with Karen Reed's defense is they don't want to stick to one argument. And it's like, if they would have just stuck to the argument, well, Mike Killian broke the taillight while she was pulling up to look for John and all that. But the problem is it doesn't help them. They're like, it doesn't help them, because then they have to explain how the taillight got from that yard to the location.
What about the ring that was deleted? Can they find that?
No, they couldn't find the backup of it. It was like 17 or 19 deleted footage.
And they couldn't find it. I mean, they couldn't undelete or whatever.
Yeah, they couldn't recover it, unfortunately.
Sucks. But they could tell what time. I mean, if it was deleted or whatever, they could see that.
Oh, Kodo says they didn't. Yeah. Well, they couldn't retrieve it. That's the thing. Those were deleted. I don't know why they couldn't retrieve it, but unfortunately,
they were deleted.
Yeah, they were deleted. 17 and 19 were deleted intentionally, and one was left, which was the one where Karen Reed alleges that she slowly backed up into John's car and broke her taillight. That was the only one that wasn't deleted. And the stuff we saw in the courtroom where the video in the next day. Also, Kodo says they didn't release the DNA results, but they entered the results into evidence.
They just haven't told us yet.
Yes.
And what about, remember they were going to get Proctor, they were going to get Tully, I think. They were going to get like 3 different cops' DNA.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that happened.
I don't think it happened. I think it's more like grandstanding, to be honest with you. But I'd like to see what people are going to explain away. The only way I could see people explain this away is basically to go with the whole Camry backed up into a car. But that, even if she does that, that still makes all the conspiracy channels that push that whole thing where Proctor broke it at the station, you were all full of shit. Especially you, Glare, when you tried to, during our little debate where you basically try to show me some bullshit tow truck driver's interview stating that was never broken. That was never broken. It was perfectly intact. Okay, Glare.
Here is hold on one second. Yeah, that
Just-
debate was ridiculous.
Yeah, just like that, there was no just like when I told you they found no canine DNA on the clothes, and you should find it, and I couldn't find it, but like lo and behold,
Yeah.
here I was right about that as well. I mean,
And
like
he's
this.
playing his music and his Jeopardy music, and
Yeah, I mean, like it just shows you like this group of people get everything wrong, and they're clapping like seals. Guys, you're not doing well. I mean, I'll give credit where credit's due to Jackson. Jackson's doing a good job. He's earning his money. I'm going to give it to him. Very
Yeah,
sleazy
he's
sometimes.
so sleazy.
He is so sleazy, but I give
I mean,
him
he's
credit.
brought in two different pieces of evidence that he never submitted. Like he just brings it up, puts it on the screen. Is that
Yeah.
an evidence, Mr. Jackson? Oh no.
No,
Sorry.
I didn't identify it. I didn't identify it at all.
And then give her the disc on Friday that has nothing on it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to bring up the incident from 22 years ago, but I'm not going to have the police report with me. Even though I had like 2 years to prepare for this case, I'm not going to have that with me.
I don't know why he gets by with it.
Just like the time where I forgot to file my, my attempt, like to stop the Commonwealth from stop me from doing my third party culprit defense. I stopped to actually fight that off. I forgot about that, so I had to do oral arguments instead.
Yeah, and if he's doing third party, and what is the police? What is it called? The Bono or the the other one that has to do with the police. Said he's doing that together.
Yeah, and the problem is that he's hoping to do it. This is so much like the OJ trial, but the problem is the OJ trial. There was a lot of people that did not like the cops. There was a lot of racial tension. There was a lot of people that just didn't like the cops.
That were scared.
Yeah, that was scared. And they played into that. And they had, by the way, he had a good defense team, by the way. He had a very good a dream team, to be honest with you. You are not OJ Simpson's dream team.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you are not.
Yeah.
And there's not like this huge animosity towards the cops. I suspect that there's this like the gigantic animosity towards the cops as much as the OJ case. And you have literally the victim's family staring at your client with death.
That has to be. And she is unpulsed. I mean, she just doesn't even look like it bothers her.
And the jury is watching you, and they don't even want to look at you.
I don't know. I don't know
She
about
just stares
that.
forward.
Listen, what is she supposed to do? Sit there and drop her head and
Smile at him or say, "I'm so sorry." Or,
No, you wouldn't do that.
Show
But
those emotions in court. She's doing everything
But
that
she does. But it's her MS, she said.
like, let me ask you a question, Voices. Do you think it looks good on the camera that you're hearing the crying families in the background? You got a stone cold face while they're playing the 911 call. The defense is claiming that you didn't even make the phone call, the 911 call. Everyone else did. Everyone else called the cops, but
You were telling everybody what to do.
You were telling everybody what to do, and you have a stone cold face like that. That is bad optics.
And who was it that said? Was it Jackson? Jackson that said, and she told Carrie told Karen to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
That's not what she said.
I
She said, "Calm down."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not helping you.
And the problem with this voice is that the people responsible for like that bad optics is her own defense team. Her own defense team were the ones like, let's put ourselves in a smaller courtroom so that the victim's family can stare in fucking daggers at my client while in the sight of the jury.
You know what?
Like, did they think it was going to help them? I don't.
That was the dumbest idea. I actually think like that's borderline malpractice by her defense team. I don't know why they thought that was a brilliant idea. They had I seen the pictures with Yannetti sitting in the witness chair, and he was kind of like, he had the photos to show like how the jury wouldn't see the witness. And I'm saying to myself, did you not think that maybe they would place the families right next to your client so that the jury?
Yeah.
Like, what were you thinking, Yannetti?
And it wouldn't matter where they put them; they're still right there.
Well, would there be a big difference between the family would be like behind her? You know what I mean? Like it would be a little bit different, and the jury would just they you know what I mean?
Yeah. This is from Tully. and Buchnick. And this is when they went into the house, or it might be provided her cell phone. Stated it had been 4 or 5 years that they knew the victim, John O'Keefe. This is Julie and Chris Albert. Okay, yeah, he knew Chris. In fact, he was at the pizza shop the day that they went to the bar that night. He's the one that said, "Why don't you come to the bar?" Only knew Karen socially. Julie told us Karen was not her friend, only acquaintance. That sounds familiar. And that John was her friend. Oh, that's weird. Chris told us that, because they dated almost 2 years. Chris told us that he had never exchanged personal info with John prior to the 28th of January. Chris went on to say earlier in the day, yeah, John came into the pizza shop. Chris shared with us that he, and you know the cops go in there, you know that, all those places over there. They hang out, get free food. Julie texted John that she was at the waterfall around 8:45, telling him to come down there. At 2:41, Julie sent the last text to John, and shortly after, John and Karen walked into the bar. Now, I thought she came after John. I've always heard John got there first, and then Karen showed up.
Why, you think that she was like a clinger and she just basically...
That's what I heard. But the waterfall was the second bar.
No,
right?
no, they said that they were at that CF whatever. Yeah, they said that they were at CF something's first, and Karen walked in behind carrying a glass when they walked into the Waterfall Grill and Bar.
Right. That's what I'm saying. They were at CF McCarthy's first. I heard John came first with his friend. I forget his name. They were there together. And then Karen showed up. And with the child at home by herself. So Karen showed up, and then they drank some there, then went to the waterfall. And she's carrying a glass with all her ailments.
Well, she according to Tom's CPU, she was drinking water, you know.
No, they were showing her for not showing her on the
Wait
video.
a minute, Tom's CPU is wrong? Oh, fuck.
I mean, if you take shots of water, I guess.
You mean she wasn't buying like drinks of beer for every like around the bar and
I know, I heard
drinking
that.
water?
Yeah. All those drinks on there could be, you know, she's buying rounds.
She's buying rounds. You know, she looks like that type of person buy rounds for everyone.
So this Julie, okay, I got her mixed up with the wife of Brian. Julie developed a migraine and left the bar to go home. Chris stayed behind with the rest of the group for a few more drinks. Chris told us that he purchased a round of drink. Oh, Fireball, damn. For the group, but was not sure exactly who drank theirs and who did not. Chris told us John was drinking Bud Lights during the evening. Chris told us that John actually got Karen the same drink she brought in, which he assumed was vodka and water. Ew. Oh, soda water. Chris stated that when he walked out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill, he remembers John and Karen walking in the opposite direction of his path and suspects that he walked, so hard for me to see, right, and the couple walked left. So they got in their car. Drunk, they're getting in their car to drive. When asked about the drink that Karen brought into the waterfall, Julie told us it was a smaller, cylindrical shaped glass with a lime in it. Okay. Both Julie and Chris agreed on that Karen was not shit-faced and that John was always reserved. She and John had a conversation about a block party since the Alberts moved away and that he was not intoxicated. Karen was totally herself. I like that. Quotation marks. Totally herself. According to both Julie and Chris, nothing about their behavior indicated either was drunk. But down here, Julie was asleep by at 4:55. When her phone woke her up, and it was Jen's missed call. Well, why is she calling Julie? I thought Julie was the wife of Brian, but this says Chris. Julie and Chris told us John did not have any injuries to his face during the evening and no tears or rips in his clothes. Jennifer, additionally, Chris mentioned a Greek couple was at their end of the table. Trooper Proctor since has positively identified the two. This isn't it. There's one where she was talking to a woman about the kids and how they couldn't take a vacation because the kids were always there. Anyway, anything else?
Just give me one moment. Someone brought up like that whole, if you read the question, I'm trying to think of the first day of the trial when they had the Karen Reed case. They had the day one. I'm trying to think.
How many do we have in chat? I just want to see how many have been following the case since the beginning. Put a 1. We have 3 people in here. 75. Put a 1 in the chat if you've been following since day 1. She backed into John's car.
Yeah, but the problem is,
I had to go
the
find my
question is because I'm trying to find the first day of the trial with the witnesses when they seen the backyard video, what time that was taken. The ring camera.
I don't remember, B. Tim. I do
When
remember
she was backing out?
No. Remember the first day when they were cross-examining and direct examining the actually just direct examining the John O'Keefe's brother and
Right.
And then they showed them the ring camera of the backyard when they were like when
he was clearing the snow.
Yeah, what time was that?
Oh, probably like 8:30, I think.
Yeah, so I gotta look at that at time. That's the thing. Like, I'm trying to answer your question, Rose. I'm not sure if that's a statement or a question, but that doesn't make sense, to be honest with you, because you would have to think that the family were in on it, like John's family were in on it to clean up the place. You have to think in terms of the cops would have to go in there and clean up the place and grab the pieces and then run over there, or basically say these pieces. And you have to realize that
They did take family trips. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't think the O'Keefes would have given them to the police. I get that you're saying. Yeah, that would have been they would have been something they would have stated. They would have been like, yo, why are you claiming that these pieces were found in this yard over here when we gave them to you clearly? And then you have to realize that they have to find all those pieces you know what I mean? I don't think that's the possibility, Rosewater. I think most likely is that the defense has to explain how those pieces got, from the initial contact. They're probably going to allege that the whole situation when she backed into the car, broke her taillight, that's what they're alleging. Those pieces from there got all the way there. Now I saw Jackson try to say that, oh, you broke it some more at the time. But even if you went with that ridiculous logic, which doesn't make sense, that wouldn't be all the pieces because they all fit perfectly. All the pieces. So I think honestly, I think it's a problem for the defense.
It looks like most people, there's only, unless y'all just don't want to put a 1, but it looks like most people aren't familiar.
Yeah.
So if you're around, either one of you later tonight, because I've been on here already, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah.
6
But
hours. Yeah, because I have notes, and I do for the people that aren't familiar.
Yeah.
I want to go over,
Yeah.
the indictment.
Yeah.
None of the gossip.
Yeah.
And that's what they want you to do. They want you
Yeah.
to constantly fight the gossip and not look at the reality.
Mo Green, the issue is defense doesn't have to explain anything. That is usually true, but they're trying to, you have to basically give them an alternate explanation of possibilities. Their possibility that he got beat up in the house. You have to say all you need to do is just place him in the house. And then you can just leave it there and say, he was in the house and these 11 other people could have done it. My client is just one of 12. You can't convict my client if there's 11 other people that could have done it. That's not fair. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. The problem is that if they go by what we did with the papers, I think there's going to be GPS that shows he wasn't in the house. And then what's happening is that they have to the defense has to have suspects, other people that could have done it. You know what I mean?
Potential witness, another potential person, right?
Yeah, like the more people that could have done it, they don't have to prove that person did it, or and they could just say, well, you can't convict my client if these 11 other people could have done it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's the problem is that if he hasn't entered the house and basically the only one person that could have done it is Karen Reed, that's a problem. And that's why they're focusing on trying to kind of push the house theory or try to push all that because they want to create this reasonable doubt. And I don't think they're accomplishing that. That's just my opinion.
Oh, I do. I mean, at
I don't
this
know,
point,
Tim.
I just don't think there have been. I mean, like I think they kind of brought a reasonable doubt when it came to the blood on the back of the car. If they have DNA on the back of the car, they could explain that away with the cops easily. But I don't think they can explain, like, if he didn't come into the house, because there's a GPS. In the Green Report, it shows a GPS location, and the GPS does not go into the house. And that's a problem. And if they get their experts and they say the Commonwealth has their experts and say he's never entered that house and he didn't move from that spot where he was last seen, that's a problem. And I don't think no matter what, the jury's going to sit there and be like, okay, so we can kind of believe the DNA on the back. Okay, whatever. We could kind of disprove the whole, did I hit him? Okay. We could kind of disprove that, maybe she broke her taillight when backing up into the car. We could kind of disprove the fact that the cops grabbed the taillight and went over and buried it or something to frame this lady. But can we really disprove the fact that, how are we going to explain that the lady never went into the house? That John never went into the house, and the GPS shows he never went in the house. And then basically, if we go with the walking, the Apple Steps thing, it shows that he was still in the car at the time in the GPS, and he was actually typing in the Waze on Dedham, and he wasn't even at the house when they said that he was walking up 3 flights of stairs, whatever the story is.
Right. Apple Health data.
Yeah, and
So
that's not helping them.
Were you wanting to come back again later this afternoon and go over some more stuff?
Harley,
Feels?
yeah.
Was that what you were asking?
Yeah, I would like to just, for the people that aren't familiar, kind of start from the beginning, not every single document. I also like to do it with people that know what's going on. But like right here, I've got Jennifer's and John's. I don't know why they put it together. Their Apple Watch data. Oh, wait, that's not John. Yeah, John. Why is his in the middle of this? At 12:21, he goes, here, let me show you real quick. I gotta figure out which one it is. Here it is. Okay. I have 200 tabs open. Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't read the numbers, but I can see it. Yes.
Okay, so here are the date.
Mm-hmm.
And on 129 at 12:11
a.m.
Yeah. Here's John right here. See John?
Mm-hmm.
At 12:21, I don't know what that means, minutes. Distance, 99 meters, 326 feet. He took 170 steps. So that was,
At 12:21:05.
he would have already
And then-
been.
And then we see 12:19.
Well,
Oh,
these are
wait.
Jennifer's.
I see. It's all Jennifer and
Yeah,
John.
here's another one of John at 12:24.
Okay.
And then he takes 80 steps, which they're trying to say, well, that's exactly from where the car was to the front porch. Well, then what?
Okay, so what were the 170 before that then?
Yeah, at 12:21.
Because what I believe is, I think he got out and he started walking to the house, and I think Karen said, "I don't want to go." I think Karen messaged him. And so we walked back to the car.
Yeah. Well, anyway, feels I got to skedaddle.
All right. Well, try to come back later.
All right, I will. Bye.
Come on later. All right. Bye. Okay. I need to go and eat, and we'll come back and look at things.
I am working on getting a brush through my tangles, and then I'm going to go head to the pool.
Oh, is it that warm?
Oh, well, honey, it's a mineral hot springs. The water is 104 degrees year round. And it's so it doesn't matter what the temperature is outside. The water is 104 degrees year round. It's hot all the time.
Awesome.
And it's the mineral content that's in it that, like, I can be hurting when I get in the water, and by the time I'm out, by the time I've spent my time in the water, I don't hurt anymore. There's no, like, it helps for pain management. And apparently it might, according to my grandmother, it might be the reason that the hair looks like this.
Oh, wow. Wow, you got a lot of hair.
I just took it out of my braids this morning and started going through to brush it. So,
wow,
there's a lot of hair, and I have half of it shaved. So, there you go.
And I may cam up tonight, maybe.
Whatever you want to do, Heels. Like I said, I'm more than willing to help. I'm more than willing to sit and read. I've enjoyed all of this. I've listened to many different creators' perspective and takes on it, and I enjoy sitting and listening. You seem to be a wealth of knowledge on it. So if you, whatever you want to do, just holler. You can shoot me an email if I'm not somewhere else or I'm not present right forthwith.
Okay. I will. It'll be like around, well, and it also depends on, like, Burnt Toast goes on at 7 my time, Central Time.
It's
so
Tuesday. I thought she
no,
went on.
no, it's not. Why was I thinking? Okay, cool. Just drop something. Let's say 6.
And you're in what time zone?
Central. What are you in?
Okay, I'm in Mountain. So I'm an hour behind you, so it would be 5 my time.
That's kind of early, huh? We can go
No,
up to 7.
hey, listen. I don't have a life. B, I took care of everything that I needed to take care of in the north part of the state. I took care of it yesterday. That's why nobody heard from me. And as long as you don't mind my cricket making noise in the background, because I'm preparing for a craft fair. So as long as you don't care, it doesn't bother me either. And you haven't complained about my cricket or any background noise while I've been doing this. And I've been working.
No, I haven't heard anything.
So I finally decided to take a break and try to get this. I can't get my hair under control. This is why I don't do curls. This is why I can't do curls. It's why I always have braids in it, because this is far too much fucking hair, and I keep having hot flashes. So.
Okay, well, we're gonna go out, and I'll email you.
Okay, perfect. Talk soon.
Okay.
Have a great day, everybody. Bye.
Bye. Patricia Burns recommended this to me, and I'm gonna play it for the out, and I'll probably get struck or whatever. But anyway, enjoy. It's really good. Can y'all see it? Can you see? Just one person, tell me you can see it on the screen. Hello? Hello? Yes, cool. Okay, bye guys.
Mommy, Daddy, look at me. I went to school and I got a degree. All my friends call it the big D. I went to school and I got the big D. 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 I went to school and I got the big D. Is your muffin buttered?
All right.
Would you like us to assign someone to butter your muffin? Excuse me. Excuse me. Hey you, over there, on the shades long in your underwear. What are you doing sitting down? You should be horizontal now. On the chaise long, on the chaise long, on the chaise long, all day long, on the chaise long, on the chaise long, on the chaise long, on the chaise long, all day long, on the chaise long. Is your mother worried? Would you like us to assign someone to worry your mother? Excuse me. What? Excuse me. What? Hey, you in the front row. Are you coming backstage after the show? Because I've got a chaise long in my dressing room and a pack of warm beer that we can consume.
Okay, I just stopped here. Y'all have a good one. Bye bye.